Hi, Simon from Sneak here. At Sneak, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at sneak.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we, since last year, acquired DevSecCon. So at Sneak, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see this wonderful community coming together, and we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weisopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com, that's VERACODE. We are happy to support DevSecCon24 because we believe application security experts and developers need to come together to secure modern software development. Come visit us at our virtual booth, speak with our AppSec experts about all things relating to secure development, and participate in our password program. Hope to see you there.
Detectify is a scalable web app security service that automates thousands of security tests to help you write safer code and release secure applications. Detectify's security scans are non-intrusive and can run safely in staging and production environments. Instead of performing version tests, Detectify checks your app using real exploits, simulating a hacker attack with harmless payloads. The service is continually updated with new security tests thanks to Detectify Crowdsource, a global community of security researchers. Detectify equips you with the tools you need to fix critical security issues. Getting started with Detectify only takes a couple of minutes. Just verify domain ownership, run your first scan, and access your first security report. So what are you waiting for? Fix vulnerabilities, build your security skill set, and release safer apps with Detectify. Go hack yourself and start your free trial at detectify.com.
Hi, this is Brandon Eyring with Zero North. I lead the sales development team. Thanks for joining us at DevSecCon24, the event. It's definitely a cool place for leaders in the development and security communities to get together, and the speakers and the topics are right on point. While you're here, feel free to stop by the Zero North virtual booth, get some information on the solutions that we offer, but don't take our word for it. Come see a demo for yourself and enter to win a cool prize. Thanks, and we'll see you there.
Hi, DevSecCon. My name is Heidi Waterhouse, and I work for Launch Darkly. We're a company that does feature management or feature flags as a service. We have a virtual booth here, so if you'd like to stop by and see how that works out, we'd love to talk to you about it. I want to say that as you're thinking about security, I want you to think about how feature flags could actually make your security more effective and more cost effective, because I know that we're all thinking about how to do more with less. And one of the ways to do that is to make it really easy to control your features at a modular level. So stop by and talk to us about that, and we'll be happy to see you. Have a great conference, and I hope you get a lot of wonderful content out of it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Fernando Cardozo. I'm Solutions Architect at Trend Micro, a global cybersecurity company and leader in cloud workloads protection. Join me on DevSecCon24 on June 15 for a 15 minutes talk as I will outline the importance of cloud security posture management for cloud service and compliance. Demonstrate how you can quickly set up a CSPM solution and introduce it into your infrastructure as a code pipeline using security plugins in the VS Code or in the CI/CD pipeline. You don't want to miss it. Watch the live DevSecCon conference 24 or click in the Trend Micro virtual booth to see our schedule for talks. Let's help organization with the DevSecOps culture. See you there.
Hey DevSecCon, what's up? My name is Idan Tendler, CEO and co-founder of Bridge Group. We help security engineers automate their public cloud security by streamlining remediation throughout the CI/CD. With our platform, you could scan for misconfigurations from your infrastructure as code to your runtime, but we also provide the fixes. So for each misconfiguration, you will find the fix delivered as code as pull request in the platform. We're super proud to be part of this event and to contribute back to DevSecCon and to the community. Come visit us at our virtual booth and also at bridgeco.io, and you have to try the platform. It's for free. Have a wonderful day.
Hey, what's up, DevSecCon? Scott Gerlach, CSO and co-founder from StackHawk here. Big thanks to DevSecCon for letting us help sponsor. StackHawk is a dynamic application security testing tool built for developers. And when I say built for developers, I mean you can run it on your laptop, like your linter. You can run it in CI/CD. You can run it in staging. You can run it in pre-prod. You can run it anywhere you want. We want you to be able to identify, find, and fix those problems before they become vulnerabilities. Please check us out at stackhawk.com. I hope your DevSecCon online is great. Thank you to DevSecCon for hosting a virtual event. It's awesome to be able to connect with our peers during social distancing time. I hope you find some great talks today and learn a bunch. When you're all done, check out stackhawk.com, sign up for early access, and get some scanning running. Have a great day.
Hi, Simon from Sneak here. At Sneak, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at sneak.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we since last year acquired DevSecCon. So at Sneak, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see this wonderful community coming together. And we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weissopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com, that's VERACODE. We are happy to support DevSecCon24 because we believe Application security experts and developers need to come together to secure modern software development. Come visit us at our virtual booth, speak with our AppSec experts about all things relating to secure development, and participate in our password program. Hope to see you there.
Detectify is a scalable web app security service that automates thousands of security tests to help you write safer code and release secure applications. Detectify's security scans are non-intrusive and can run safely in staging and production environments. Instead of performing version tests, Detectify checks your app using real exploits, simulating a hacker attack with harmless payloads. The service is continually updated with new security tests thanks to Detectify Crowdsource, a global community of security researchers. Detectify equips you with the tools you need to fix critical security issues. Getting started with Detectify only takes a couple of minutes. Just verify domain ownership, run your first scan, and access your first security report. So what are you waiting for? Fix vulnerabilities, build your security skill set, and release safer apps with Detectify. Go hack yourself and start your free trial at detectify.com.
Hi, this is Brandon Eyring with Zero North. I lead the sales development team. Thanks for joining us at DevSecCon24, the event. It's definitely a cool place for leaders in the development and security communities to get together, and the speakers and the topics are right on point. While you're here, feel free to stop by the Zero North virtual booth, get some information on the solutions that we offer, but don't take our word for it. Come see a demo for yourself and enter to win a cool prize. Thanks, and we'll see you there.
Hi, DevSecCon. My name is Heidi Waterhouse, and I work for LaunchDarkly. We're a company that does feature management or feature flags as a service. We have a virtual booth here, so if you'd like to stop by and see how that works out, we'd love to talk to you about it. I want to say that as you're thinking about security, I want you to think about how feature flags could actually make your security more effective and more cost effective, because I know that we're all thinking about how to do more with less. And one of the ways to do that is to make it really easy to control your features at a modular level. So stop by and talk to us about that, and we'll be happy to see you. Have a great conference, and I hope you get a lot of wonderful content out of it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Fernando Cardozo. I'm Solutions Architect at Trend Micro, a global cybersecurity company and leader in cloud workloads protection. Join me on DevSecCon24 on June 15 for a 15-minute talk as I will outline the importance of cloud security posture management for cloud service and compliance. Demonstrate how you can quickly set up a CSPM solution and introduce it into your infrastructure as a code pipeline using security plugins in the VS Code or in the CI/CD pipeline. You don't want to miss it. Watch the live DevSecCon Conference 24 or click in the Trend Micro virtual booth to see our schedule for talks. Let's help organization with the DevSecOps culture. See you there.
Hey DevSecCon, what's up? My name is Idan Tendler, CEO and co-founder of Bridge Group. We help security engineers automate their public cloud security by streamlining remediation throughout the CI/CD. With our platform, you could scan for misconfigurations from your infrastructure as code to your runtime, but we also provide the fixes. So for each misconfiguration, you will find the fix delivered as code as pull request in the platform. We're super proud to be part of this event and to contribute back to DevSecCon and to the community. Come visit us at our virtual booth and also at bridgecrew.io, and you have to try the platform. It's for free. Have a wonderful day.
Hey, what's up, DevSecCon? Scott Gerlach, CSO and co-founder from StackHawk here. Big thanks to DevSecCon for letting us help sponsor. StackHawk is a dynamic application security testing tool built for developers. And when I say built for developers, I mean you can run it on your laptop, like your linter. You can run it in CI/CD. You can run it in staging. You can run it in pre-prod. Run it anywhere you want. We want you to be able to identify, find, and fix those problems before they become vulnerabilities. Please check us out at stackhawk.com. I hope your DevSecCon online is great. Thank you to DevSecCon for hosting a virtual event. It's awesome to be able to connect with our peers during social distancing time. I hope you find some great talks today and learn a bunch. When you're all done, check out stackhawk.com, sign up for early access, and get some scanning running. Have a great day.
Hi, Simon from Sneak here. At Sneak, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at sneak.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we since last year acquired DevSecCon. So at Sneak, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see this wonderful community coming together. And we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weissopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com, that's VERACODE. We are happy to support DevSecCon24 because we believe application security experts and developers need to come together to secure modern software development. Come visit us at our virtual booth, speak with our AppSec experts about all things relating to secure development, and participate in our password program. Hope to see you there.
Detectify is a scalable web app security service that automates thousands of security tests to help you write safer code and release secure applications. Detectify's security scans are non-intrusive and can run safely in staging and production environments. Instead of performing version tests, Detectify checks your app using real exploits, simulating a hacker attack with harmless payloads. The service is continually updated with new security tests thanks to Detectify Crowdsource, a global community of security researchers. Detectify equips you with the tools you need to fix critical security issues. Getting started with Detectify only takes a couple of minutes. Just verify domain ownership, run your first scan, and access your first security report. So what are you waiting for? Fix vulnerabilities, build your security skill set, and release safer apps with Detectify. Go hack yourself and start your free trial at detectify.com.
Hi, this is Brandon Eyring with Zero North. I lead the sales development team. Thanks for joining us at DevSecCon24, the event. It's definitely a cool place for leaders in the development and security communities to get together, and the speakers and the topics are right on point. While you're here, feel free to stop by the Zero North virtual booth, get some information on the solutions that we offer, but don't take our word for it. Come see a demo for yourself and enter to win a cool prize. Thanks, and we'll see you there.
Hi, DevSecCon. My name is Heidi Waterhouse, and I work for Launch Darkly. We're a company that does feature management or feature flags as a service. We have a virtual booth here, so if you'd like to stop by and see how that works out, we'd love to talk to you about it. I want to say that as you're thinking about security, I want you to think about how feature flags could actually make your security more effective and more cost effective, because I know that we're all thinking about how to do more with less. And one of the ways to do that is to make it really easy to control your features at a modular level. So stop by and talk to us about that, and we'll be happy to see you. Have a great conference, and I hope you get a lot of wonderful content out of it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Fernando Cardozo. I'm Solutions Architect at Trend Micro, a global cybersecurity company and leader in cloud workloads protection. Join me on DevSecCon24 on June 15 for a 15 minutes talk as I will outline the importance of cloud security posture management for cloud service and compliance. Demonstrate how you can quickly set up a CSPM solution and introduce it into your infrastructure as a code pipeline using security plugins in the VS Code or in the CI/CD pipeline. You don't want to miss it. Watch the live DevSecCon Conference 24 or click in the Trend Micro virtual booth to see our schedule for talks. Let's help organization with the DevSecOps culture. See you there.
Hey DevSecCon, what's up? My name is Idan Tendler, CEO and co-founder of Bridge Group. We help security engineers automate their public cloud security by streamlining remediation throughout the CI/CD. With our platform, you could scan for misconfigurations from your infrastructure as code to your runtime, but we also provide the fixes. So for each misconfiguration, you will find the fix delivered as code as pull request in the platform. We're super proud to be part of this event and to contribute back to DevSecCon and to the community. Come visit us at our virtual booth and also at bridgecrew.io, and you have to try the platform. It's for free. Have a wonderful day.
Hey, what's up, DevSecCon? Scott Gerlach, CSO and co-founder from StackHawk here. Big thanks to DevSecCon for letting us help sponsor. StackHawk is a dynamic application security testing tool built for developers. And when I say built for developers, I mean you can run it on your laptop, like your linter. You can run it in CI/CD. You can run it in staging. You can run it in pre-prod. You run it anywhere you want. We want you to be able to identify, find, and fix those problems before they become vulnerabilities. Please check us out at stackhawk.com. I hope your DevSecCon online is great. Thank you to DevSecCon for hosting a virtual event. It's awesome to be able to connect with our peers during social distancing time. I hope you find some great talks today and learn a bunch. When you're all done, check out stackhawk.com, sign up for early access, and get some scanning running. Have a great day.
Hi, Simon from Sneak here. At Sneak, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at sneak.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we since last year acquired DevSecCon. So at Sneak, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see these wonderful community coming together. And we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weissopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com, that's VERACODE. We are happy to support DevSecCon24 because we believe application security experts and developers need to come together to secure modern software development. Come visit us at our virtual booth, speak with our AppSec experts about all things relating to secure development, and participate in our password program. Hope to see you there.
Detectify is a scalable web app security service that automates thousands of security tests to help you write safer code and release secure applications. Detectify's security scans are non-intrusive and can run safely in staging and production environments. Instead of performing version tests, Detectify checks your app using real exploits, simulating a hacker attack with harmless payloads. The service is continually updated with new security tests thanks to Detectify Crowdsource, a global community of security researchers. Detectify equips you with the tools you need to fix critical security issues. Getting started with Detectify only takes a couple of minutes. Just verify domain ownership, run your first scan, and access your first security report. So what are you waiting for? Fix vulnerabilities, build your security skill set, and release safer apps with Detectify. Go hack yourself and start your free trial at detectify.com.
Hi, this is Brandon Eyring with Zero North. I lead the sales development team. Thanks for joining us at DevSecCon24, the event. It's definitely a cool place for leaders in the development and security communities to get together, and the speakers and the topics are right on point. While you're here, feel free to stop by the Zero North virtual booth, get some information on the solutions that we offer, but don't take our word for it. Come see a demo for yourself and enter to win a cool prize. Thanks, and we'll see you there.
Hi, DevSecCon. My name is Heidi Waterhouse, and I work for Launch Darkly. We're a company that does feature management or feature flags as a service. We have a virtual booth here, so if you'd like to stop by and see how that works out, we'd love to talk to you about it. I want to say that as you're thinking about security, I want you to think about how feature flags could actually make your security more effective and more cost effective, because I know that we're all thinking about how to do more with less. And one of the ways to do that is to make it really easy to control your features at a modular level. So stop by and talk to us about that, and we'll be happy to see you. Have a great conference, and I hope you get a lot of wonderful content out of it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Fernando Cardozo. I'm Solutions Architect at Trend Micro, a global cybersecurity company and leader in cloud workloads protection. Join me on DevSecCon24 on June 15 for a 15-minute talk as I will outline the importance of cloud security posture management for cloud service and compliance. Demonstrate how you can quickly set up a CSPM solution and introduce it into your infrastructure as a code pipeline using security plugins in the VS Code or in the CI/CD pipeline. You don't want to miss it. Watch the live DevSecCon Conference 24 or click in the Trend Micro virtual booth to see our schedule for talks. Let's help organization with the DevSecOps culture. See you there.
Hey DevSecCon, what's up? My name is Idan Tendler, CEO and co-founder of Bridge Group. We help security engineers automate their public cloud security by streamlining remediation throughout the CI/CD. With our platform, you could scan for misconfigurations from your infrastructure as code to your runtime, but we also provide the fixes. So for each misconfiguration, you will find the fix delivered as code as pull request in the platform. We're super proud to be part of this event and to contribute back to DevSecCon and to the community. Come visit us at our virtual booth and also at bridgecrew.io, and you have to try the platform. It's for free. Have a wonderful day.
Hey, what's up, DevSecCon? Scott Gerlach, CSO and co-founder from StackHawk here. Big thanks to DevSecCon for letting us help sponsor. StackHawk is a dynamic application security testing tool built for developers. And when I say built for developers, I mean you can run it on your laptop, like your linter. You can run it in CI/CD. You can run it in staging. You can run it in pre-prod. You run it anywhere you want. We want you to be able to identify, find, and fix those problems before they become vulnerabilities. Please check us out at stackhawk.com. I hope your DevSecCon online is great. Thank you to DevSecCon for hosting a virtual event. It's awesome to be able to connect with our peers during social distancing time. I hope you find some great talks today and learn a bunch. When you're all done, check out stackhawk.com, sign up for early access, and get some scanning running. Have a great day.
Hi, Simon from Sneak here. At Sneak, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at sneak.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we since last year acquired DevSecCon. So at Sneak, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see this wonderful community coming together, and we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weissopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com, that's VERACODE. We are happy to support DevSecCon24 because we believe application security experts and developers need to come together to secure modern software development. Come visit us at our virtual booth, speak with our AppSec experts about all things relating to secure development, and participate in our password program. Hope to see you there.
Detectify is a scalable web app security service that automates thousands of security tests to help you write safer code and release secure applications.
Hi, Ray. I think you might be on mute still. Hey, sir.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. Hey, I've been really looking forward to this session. Thanks for joining us here at DevSecCon24. I think you're bringing a really unique perspective, having come from a dev world and just recently jumped over to the security function. So,
yeah, it's been fun. The transition has been challenging, but definitely worthwhile. There's so much goodness in the security landscape, things that we have to consider, things that we take for granted, which is the big thing I've discovered. I'm as guilty as everybody. And so when you get into the security world, you start realizing, wow, I'm really not doing what I need to do to protect those endpoints. So I've learned a lot. Hopefully I can share some of that experience and motivate some folks to either think about security within the context of their development, or maybe even get them to transition wholesale into the security world.
very cool, very cool. Well, I'm going to let you jump into your session here, and I'll talk to you later.
Great. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Ray Bango, and I'm going to talk about my transition from the world of web development over to the world of cybersecurity. And as you can imagine, the transition, it's kind of wild, it's kind of crazy. In addition, I find this whole virtual thing so interesting, the ability to be able to have a conference presentation and be able to share ideas with a massive group of people. And but if you notice, I have to have a backdrop, because if not, my family will be walking back and forth, and it'll definitely be an interesting type of presentation. But I'm definitely excited about being here. I'm definitely excited about talking about this. For those who don't know, I work for what used to be called the Death Star, also known as Microsoft. So Microsoft is, it's definitely changed quite a bit from what I think a lot of people have used to perceive it as. There's been a dramatic change in the way that Microsoft thinks about technology, about developers, and especially about security. And so Microsoft is a very, very good security company. There's a lot of efforts internally to obviously protect our products, but also to make sure that customers of Microsoft products and just people in general have a secure experience. And so we like to say that we've evolved, and we've gone from the Death Star to a ninja cat riding on a fire-breathing unicorn. And this image is always great. I love this image because it definitely represents the transition that Microsoft has made over the last years into trying to be a little bit more empathetic, I'm going to call it, to developers. Now, mind you that I understand the pain. I led the developer relations team for the Internet Explorer browser. Yes, Internet Explorer. That's to show you how long I've been at Microsoft. And I remember when I'd walk into conferences, I'd give a presentation, and by the end of it, I was walking out like this. I always had my flame retardant suit and was ready to just walk out the event and be blasted, because a lot of developers had that big disdain that for Internet Explorer, and rightfully so. Internet Explorer had to stay, but it kind of lasted a little bit too long. And so there were plenty of jokes out there, here's Chrome and here's Firefox, and they're battling it out, and here's Internet Explorer eating glue on the side. And so, yeah, I got all those jokes, totally funny. And then eventually Edge came out, and God, oh my God, I was so happy, because when I would have conversations about web standards with developers, it was a whole lot easier for them to appreciate the things that we were talking about, because Edge had a lot of those standards in place. And I'm kind of laying the foundation for this, because it's important to understand that as developers, we work to build these cross-browser solutions that can work across multiple devices. And it's really important for the browser to just work. And of course, now there's a whole new Edge, and that's great as well. It's based on the Chromium engine, and so some of those issues that were there in Edge and of course in Internet Explorer now are kind of going by the wayside, and developers can focus really on producing the best experiences possible. But one of the things that I continued to see as I was leading the Internet Explorer team, or Internet Explorer developer relations team, and eventually Edge developer relations team, is that security was something I didn't see discussed often in the developer conferences that I go to. So we would talk about web browsers, we would talk about cross browsers, we would talk about web standards, but application security just wasn't something that was being passed around with developers. And so that kind of struck me, and I developed this interest in security. And I remember that I posted this and I said, I would love to go to DEF CON, but I'm scared, to go to DEF CON, and because DEF CON had this reputation of being kind of like a wild scene where everybody's going to hack you and things like that. But the interest was still there. The interest in securing applications, securing people, getting a better understanding of the community was there. And the deeper that I got into it, the more I realized that there was this fundamental gap in knowledge between the developer community and the security community. There wasn't this overlap conversation. You had some professionals that were really good. They were doing AppSec. You had folks like Tanya Janka and Kevin Johnson who were out there beating that drum on AppSec. But I think, you know, the megaphone just wasn't loud enough at that time to really get the word out. And then for me, the big thing that hit me and where I realized I can make an impact, at least I hoped, is when WannaCry hit. And that was a big deal because I saw hospitals being locked down. I saw ransomware locking these systems and preventing healthcare professionals from providing the care that patients needed, whether it was a cancer patient or dialysis patient or any type of emergency situation. And I sat there and said, what if it was one of my family members? And I really started to think about this and I wondered, what can I do to help out the situation versus just sitting there and talking about web standards all day long? So I dug into it a little bit further. I went to DEF CON, learned a lot, and the one thing that I came away was AppSec is really hard. There's this friction that's always going on between leadership teams who want to build really engaging user experiences. They want to get the product out fast. Then you have developers who are very vested in their code and they want to build solid code. And then you have the IT group, and now which is called DevOps, and they want to have a solid infrastructure. And there's always challenges between all three of them because they're pulling and pushing, and management wants to get it out. The developers want to build the solid code. The IT wants to have security, and there's not this merging in the middle most of the time. And in fact, when you think about IT, I mean, I think most IT people think this is what developers do. We're just out there and, you know, sitting in the sun, shining out and having drinks served to us, and while they're busy toiling in the back. In reality, there's a tremendous responsibility for developers. There's a variety of different frameworks that have to be implemented to make the most modern apps responsive and engaging to users. And yes, I'm showing my age in some of these things because some of these, you know, they're not used heavily anymore, like jQuery, you know, but there's still a lot of new tooling that's coming out, and developers want to embrace this new tooling because they know they can build scalable systems that are reliable and they're stable, and they can build these features. But with that, what happens is that there becomes an increased level of complexity, and that complexity adds to the security issues that we're seeing on the application side. And so the IT admins look at us and they're like, oh, hold on a second, you know, you want all this stuff. And, you know, that's, they kind of frown upon that. And so sometimes we backdoor them and we install it anyways. And then of course they come in and they just, you know, strike lightning on us, you know? So it's not an easy thing to balance. And to some extent, I can't blame them. If we look at the history of application security, I don't think that as developers, we've done everything we can to be really on top of the situation that's presenting itself. And this was a great example of when there was a supply chain attack in NPM. And basically what ended up happening is that somebody decided that they were going to take advantage of, and if I remember, this was a deprecated, oh, and I'm sorry, in this one, this is when a developer left passwords in code, and it was actually be able to see. And then this one is when we had this particular package here called Electron Native Notify, which ended up having a supply chain attack, and it became a malicious payload. So if you were taking advantage of this package, all of a sudden that payload got injected by default into your system when you updated. And that's a scary proposition, because if you're not analyzing the code that's going into your system, you're setting yourself up to be compromised. But here's the thing: if we think about the complexity of our systems, the package management, the CI and CD, and all the steps that go into building these advanced applications, it's hard to verify all the code. It truly is. And they had predicted this was going to happen in NPM, that eventually somebody was going to do a supply chain attack and it would affect a large number of users. And in fact, if you go through here and you look at a dependency graph for this particular module, you'll see what they're talking about. You just scroll down and scroll down. Think about if you would be able to actually review every line of code that you are taking a dependency on. When you install React, when you install Angular, when you install any type of package nowadays, most of them take a dependency on another package. And unless you have a really, really great amount of time to inspect the code, you're going to run into something like this where you're going to have this really long dependency chain, and you're just not going to have the time to analyze every bit of code in every one of those dependencies. And in fact, when there was a poll that Snyk did, and they actually asked OS maintainers, and if you look at this, it's kind of a scary graph because it says OS maintainers differ in their code auditing maintenance, and 26% of them said that they don't audit their code. Think about that. Open source is a critical aspect to software development nowadays. There's no way around that. But if you're taking a dependency on open source, how do you know that those maintainers are actually auditing their code, that they're doing their due diligence to make sure that that code that you're relying on is secure? And that's the problem. We have this thing called implicit trust, where we assume that everything that's on NPM, everything that's open source, is just safe, and we shouldn't. We really, really shouldn't. And this reinforces, again, Snyk again, saying, how do you find vulnerabilities? Well, 36% said we use dependency management and scanning tools that notifies us. That's great. But here it is right here. 27% said I probably won't find vulnerabilities. That's a very scary proposition. And I'm guilty of this, by the way, because I developed in a variety of languages. I developed obviously in JavaScript and Node, and using Node and using NPM. And I've done these things. I've depended on the dependencies, these packages, and just took it for granted until I got into security and I started really looking deeper into this, and I saw the gravity of the problem. And we do have a big problem. So there was Dark Reading did a great article on this, and if we read through this real quick, it says each web application that Positive Technologies inspected contained 33 vulnerabilities. And of those, 2/3 of those apps, 67% contain critical vulnerabilities, such as insufficient authorization errors, arbitrary file upload, path traversal, and SQL injection. Now, mind you, if you look at the OWASP top 10, SQL injection is still number 1. Why is that? After all this time and all these technologies that we have, why is SQL injection still the number 1 thing? And being a developer, I have to say is sometimes I think we tend to be in such a rush to get things done that we overlook some of the granular details of the things we're doing. Some people say developers are lazy. I don't think the developers are lazy. I think developers try to streamline things as much as possible. And in the process of trying to streamline the work that they're doing, sometimes they overlook these things. And a SQL injection or a path traversal vulnerability, it can be catastrophic to a company. So we continue on, and Veracode, and we saw Chris Wysopal during one of the ads, and he's a big advocate for application security. So I loved the fact that Veracode put this out, and that they found just 52% of components that these app developers use that they polled. Let me read that. Veracode polled 400 app developers from the UK, US, and Germany, and found just 52% update components when a new vulnerability is announced. That means that either they're not taking the steps to patch things, or they don't know about it. And either way, that's a bad thing. I think as application developers, it's critically important that we start thinking with a security mindset. We start understanding, what does it take to build secure software? And we can't allow ourselves to get into a situation where we don't understand where components are now vulnerable. We can't put ourselves in a situation where these things are announced, whether it's through a CVE or some other form of public disclosure, and that we're not aware of that. And what I do love is that companies are like Snyk and Veracode and White Source are stepping up to help us become more efficient and secure developers. And the reason I'm really happy is because, to be honest, web apps and APIs are the new attack endpoints. When you think about hacking and you think about hackers and all that stuff, you always think that they're hacking the network and they're going into some low-level protocol and they're just doing Mr. Robot magic stuff. And having gone through courses that teach me both web application pen testing and also network pen testing, I can tell you that's not the case. The likelihood that a medium experienced hacker could break into a network is very slim because so many companies are now going cloud native. And that means that the infrastructure side is becoming much more secure. When they do hack, it's usually a misconfiguration. It's not like they created some novel kernel exploit that they're super wizards. It's usually a misconfiguration. But that's becoming far few in between and harder to find. And especially when you have things like bug bounty programs, which are out there proactively testing. I do feel for the small and medium-sized businesses, though, because they don't have the teams in place that allow them to do this repetitive type of testing, this iterative cycle of testing and fixing and testing and fixing. And so I think some of the things that I'll talk about later on in this presentation will hopefully address some of that for small and medium-sized businesses. But it's really important to think about web apps and APIs now as being that new target for hackers, because the mistakes that you make, whether it's a path traversal or SQL injection or cross-site scripting or something like that, can allow full system access to a very experienced hacker, somebody who understands how to get into web apps and capitalize on that to open up a particular web shell, for example. Now, I think as developers, we do have to think about security. And the first place that I'd recommend people to go to is go to the OWASP site and review the OWASP top 10. This from 2017. And that was the most recent one came out, and that's 2020. And I'm going to show you the list of the top 10 in a second. But I want to keep this link out there for a second because I think it's important that as developers, we get familiar with how security is viewed within the context of applications, especially web applications. So please go to owasp.org and start looking over the material there. I think you're going to be shocked by what you find. I think you're going to be impressed by what you find, and it actually might motivate you to start getting your hands a little bit dirty when it comes to security. There's a whole ton of best practices in there, along with applications that are vulnerable that you can test your skills out. But we'll get to that in a second. I'm going to point out some of those. If you look at the top 10 in terms of security, again, injection vulnerabilities are number one. And that's SQL, no SQL, operating systems, LDAP systems. Why is that in the year 2020, we continue to have these things? And again, I attribute it to the fact that we have so much demand from leadership teams, from IT, and also I think we're also becoming very reliant on third-party frameworks without truly understanding what's going on under the hood to ensure that we have security in the system. We can't be reliant on third-party frameworks to protect us. As developers, we have to really think about what we're doing when we're accepting data, when we're putting data out there, how we're interacting, and how we're allowing other people to access the data that we're storing. You know, with GDPR now, it's critically important that we protect that PII as much as possible. The number of breaches that I read about that are in plain text floors me. And I think as developers, we need to get familiar with encryption. We need to understand that encryption is critical to protecting the data that is so important to our customers in our company, to the livelihood and to the safety of people. There's no reason why anybody should be storing plain text data nowadays when encryption technologies are so simple to implement in many cases. Encryption of data at rest should be just a standard principle that we abide by. And this comes into thinking about security from the very beginning. One of the things that that the DevSecOps community loves to talk about is shift left. It's moving your mindset and all the way to the left of the development process so that security becomes part of the whole entire cycle, not just at the end of it. It shouldn't be an afterthought. We should be considering security at the requirement stage, the design stage, coding, testing, and release. Our CI and CD pipeline should have some form of security auditing and analysis capability. Now, I'm not saying this is going to be easy. I think it's going to be a hard pill for some to swallow, but you're like, oh my God, I already have so much work, and now I have to be a security expert. I don't think you need to be a security expert. I think you need to be security savvy. And the great thing is there is a lot of automation happening now that's meant to help developers become more proficient in identifying these issues that could compromise your apps. And so when we talk about that, we talk about automation a lot. We automate so many things. Webpack automates our build of our application. We talk about Jenkins for deployment and Kubernetes and all these things that automate our life, our development life at least. Why not automate some of the security and leave it to professionals who truly know what they're doing? The ones who their whole world revolves around securing systems in some fashion. And so you look at this graph from White Source. And so before automating your open source, over 75% were aware to only 50% of their open source inventory. Now think about that. Think about how much open source you ingest every single time you build an app. And how many of you actually know what you're ingesting wholesale? What is it that do you know every module that's getting brought in? Some of you may say, yeah, I know them all, and that's great. More power to you. But how many of you truly know how much open source software you are bringing in, especially when you're taking advantage of things like PyPy for Python, their package manager, or NPM? How many of you know what's being brought in? And so, it's a scary proposition when you think that 90% have at least one vulnerability and over 45% have 5 and up in their apps because they're not aware of the inventory they have and they're not doing any type of auditing. It's a really scary proposition. Then, the licensing issue is a whole different world, and that's just compliance. If you're not thinking about compliance and what the licensing terms of open source software does to what you're building out, that's a whole nother conversation to have with your legal team. You should definitely think about that. And I love the fact that companies like Sneak are actually thinking shift left. They are looking at the end to end, and I think of this more as like a round trip type of thing. They are thinking from the coding all the way to the deployment and reporting stages. And I think that's really critical that their systems are providing that level of coverage so that as a developer, you can have that dynamic analysis of code using something like, Visual Studio or JetBrains, and that it can integrate with version control systems like GitHub and GitLab, and it works across Docker and Kubernetes and Heroku and all these things. This is critical. It's critical that you consider these types of automated systems because they provide this type of functionality. And you want this type of insight. In this case, White Source is providing you with a dashboard that can help you analyze not only the vulnerabilities that you have within your code bases, but also any compliance issues you might have. So yes, I am an advocate of using some form of automation because I know that I can't do it by myself. I just can't. There's just too much code to analyze. And if there are systems in place that can automate that for me and allow me to scan my code and at least provide me with a 10,000-foot view of the landscape, not only can I help to solve those problems, but I can also work with leadership to make greater investments in solving these problems. I can show to them, this is what could happen if I don't patch these 27 vulnerable libraries. That's something that's very powerful when you're thinking about how do you present this to your leadership and your management chain. And even GitHub, I love the fact that GitHub now is incorporating some of these bits of functionality directly into the version control system. And so with you have something like Dependabot, which Dependabot will look at your dependencies and it will actually alert you. It'll send you an email and it'll actually notify you on the version control system, the dashboard, and say, hey, you have something that's either out of date or that it's vulnerable. And I think that's really, really important for developers. Now, if you're a developer and you just kind of look at it and ignore it on a production, you know, something that's a production system, then obviously the onus is on you. But it's there. And I'm not sure if a lot of folks have turned on these features. I'm not sure if folks even know they're there. And I think that's more something that as a company, GitHub, Microsoft, we need to do more to get that out. And that's kind of one of the reasons I wanted to bring this in here. And in fact, the fact that we're now incorporating CodeQL into Visual Studio Code, now you can do dynamic analysis of code bases directly within Visual Studio Code. And that's amazing. This is the type of stuff that will help streamline your development process in terms of security. You want to be able to identify these issues. You want to be able to solve them quickly before it gets out of hand. And of course, to further on, we you know, GitHub, and I say we because GitHub is part of Microsoft now. GitHub acquired NPM, and this is a big deal because it shows that NPM was such an important aspect in developers, such an important service in developers' lives that security had to be really, really stringent and considered. And I love that Adam Baldwin is now with GitHub. Adam actually ran security for the Node project. He actually ran the Node security project before, and then came over to NPM, and now is with GitHub. And so there's a lot of great talent that are looking into the security issues of package management, especially around NPM. And of course, we have other great companies out there that provide solutions like Veracode and Qualys and Black Duck. All of these have mature solutions that can certainly help you out. But I think ultimately, one of the things that's going to be a big deal is for a company to start identifying security champions. And I really like this term. It's identifying people who are willing to step up and take that stand and say, I want to help build secure systems and I want to help educate others in building secure systems. I want to be that advocate for security. Jerry Bell said it perfectly. He says, I would summarize what I heard Ian say is that InfoSec needs to build bridges to better communicate with DevOps. And that seems right. One of the major challenges I find is that developers often lack the perspective of the adversarial mindset. And I agree 100% with this. And the reason is because I'm living proof of that. I didn't have that adversarial mindset. I didn't know what a true hack was until I actually transitioned to security. And then I actually played with stuff and I learned the techniques and I understood it. But here's the thing, becoming that adversary, and yes, this is the very typical overstock type of, you know, cyber criminal person. Yeah, but before I developed that adversarial mindset, I had to get some of the training. That's where the training is hard because there's just so much out there. This is actually what it looks like to find a training class on the internet. You're sitting there and you're just getting blasted, whether it's YouTube, whatever. And there's just so many options out there. So when I decided to look through that, I actually wanted to get a dedicated course. I'm very much a hands-on learner, and so I ended up with Hacker House, and Hacker House was fantastic. They gave me the foundational skills I needed to understand how web app pen testing occurred, but also how network pen testing occurred. And by having both, it gives me a really solid base for how I can protect the applications that I build, but also what would happen if somebody actually got through. How would an adversary go from a web app into the network and then start moving along the network to critical assets? Having that mindset is what's going to allow you to become a better developer, a more secure developer. And I would urge you all to consider taking some form of course, whether it's in person or something like eLearn Security that's online. Or if you have very deep pocketbooks, you can go to SANS. They have great material too. They're a little pricey, but their material is world-class. I tend to also buy a lot of books, and these are some of the books that have dramatically helped me. The Web Application Hacker's Handbook, from a developer perspective, is probably the book that most people recommend. And I have to say, I agree. It gives you an understanding of some of the vectors that these bad actors will look at to get into your systems and, you know, perpetually try to compromise you, and they're going to do it. Once you put a system out, it's going to be probed. It's going to be, people are going to try to get into your software. Now, taking a course, reading a book, that's all fine and dandy, but you know what? Unless you are actually practicing your craft, unless you are actually going out there and practicing these skill sets of how an adversary works, you're not really going to get a feel for it. And this is what I love about OWASP. OWASP has taken the time to create materials, tools, and applications actually that you can hack, and you can hack legally. OWASP Juice Shop is a Node.js application using Angular. It's fantastic for testing out things like cross-site scripting, SQL injections, request forgeries, cookies, stealing cookies, all that fun stuff that you would do as a web app pen tester and also as a cyber criminal. And so I would urge you to take a look at the OWASP Juice Shop project, along with the Dan Vulnerable web application. This is an oldie but goodie. It's been around for a very long time, but it's definitely worth looking at. I'd also recommend, if you're getting into more of DevSecOps, to take a look at the DevSlop project. This is another one that's really great for those who are more into understanding how to secure the end-to-end of everything from the code, but also to the CI, to the deployment, things like that. And that's where DevSecOps comes in. And I think it's really important that we consider how all those components tie in together. How do you actually protect code, but then once you get it out of your developer's hands, how do you administer identity, access rights, deployment rights? Who can touch code once it's been approved and audited through your CI/CD? All those things come into play, and that's where DevSecOps is really critical. The one thing I will say is that if you decide that you want to get into security, build a very strong network. I know it's easier said than done, and a lot of folks will say, well, yeah, what do you mean build a network? Why should I do that? I just want to code. I think it's critically important to build that network of people who have an understanding of the areas that you don't, especially in terms of security. And that's how I was able to transition. I reached out to a lot of people I never met and just asked them for advice. I wanted to understand the things that were important to them, the things that they saw in the security landscape. It was critically important for me to do that, but also it was very valuable because I met a lot of folks that were way smarter than me that taught me some of the ropes and pointed me in the right direction. So I would say that reach out to people in the security space who are doing the things that you would like to do, and then learn from them. And for those in leadership positions that are hiring, don't assume that you have to hire a security person. Look for non-traditional talent, people who you see have tenacity or have a very special set of skills that can translate over into a security world very easily. And that was kind of what happened with me. I had this developer experience, and Ann Johnson, the person who hired me at Microsoft, she saw something that had potential. And I had no security experience, but she gave me some things to do. She said, look, I want to see progress on these things. Show me you can do it, and then we can talk. And I went out there. But had I not had somebody who could see the potential in a non-traditional person, I might not be in security today. And so I would urge you all, if you're a hiring manager, to please consider folks in non-traditional roles. Give them the opportunity, look at their skills, and figure out where do they fit. The bottom line is, though, when it comes to security, if you really want to do well, then you got this. It takes some effort. It's not something that's going to happen overnight. Shifting left doesn't happen overnight. Embracing different tools doesn't happen overnight. Auditing all your code doesn't happen overnight. But if you take the time to really think it through and come up with a good plan and capitalize on the experience of security professionals and security companies who've already been there and done that, you can get yourself into a really solid, secure position substantially quicker. Look at services like Secure Code Warrior. Look at services like Sneak, White Source, GitHub. All these systems are in place not only to train you, but also to secure your code base. And with that, I thank you very much for allowing me to give this presentation.
Yeah, that was a great tour there, Ray. I feel like you really consumed a lot of resources in your short time in security. How long have you been at this in the security function? A year and a half?
I think I'm going to be completing 2 years in this. So yeah, there was a lot of sleepless nights.
Yeah, that was great. Yeah, so thanks for sharing. Let me just check the chat real quick. If you got any questions for Ray, he's got a couple minutes here. He might be able to answer that developer perspective on joining the security function. I thought it was interesting that you mentioned looking for development talent, maybe outside of the normal security functions. I think that's a great recommendation for security teams. That's an easy way to bridge that gap, right? You can get a developer. Maybe they don't even have to be the most senior developer, but just somebody with that tooling and that environment that they're used to working in. Bring them on the security team.
It is, and it's interesting because I think so many people get hung up on experience, and yeah, experience is definitely valuable. I don't want to dismiss that, but I think it's also important to understand that there's a gap of 3 million cybersecurity professionals in this world, in the world. There's that need, and so you're not going to find 3 million people who have 10 years of experience in cybersecurity that are just ready to go. The people who are really good are hired. And either you're going to throw a boatload of money at them, or you're gonna have to look for other avenues to get people up to a level that you need. And there's so many great training resources nowadays that you can take somebody who is a software developer who maybe has some of the DevOps experience and say, please go learn and help us. And I think what ends up happening is that a lot of companies feel like there's an inherent risk in training somebody. You train somebody to get them really good, and then they leave you. And that's a risk anytime. It is what it is. But I think ultimately, if you train somebody and you treat them well and you treat them professionally, you minimize that risk that somebody's going to leave. I'm going on almost 10 years now at Microsoft. Wow. And so I know I'm probably like a unicorn because I don't think most people stay that long, but we do have a lot of people that have been at Microsoft for a very long time, some in excess of 20 years. And the reason is because if companies treat you well, they invest in you, they invest in training, that's where people decide to stay. So I hope that's not a fear that people have. I would say it's worth more to invest in your people and make sure that they have the skills to help you do what you need to do. And if security is one of them, find that person who has a passion for it. And there are a lot of people that have approached me and said, I want to go into security. How do I do it? Just invest in them. Give it a shot. And if they leave.
So you mentioned the OWASP, the OWASP Top 10. You mentioned the Juice Shop project. You also mentioned Hacker House as a resource for skilling up. So yeah, if people are looking for any of that, I think they could also follow you on Twitter. It looks like a couple people do. So you're probably dropping resources here and there on how to get skilled up from a dev to a security perspective.
I do. I try my best, and I actually wrote a series of articles on ethicalhacker.net, and so I have a column there. And I haven't written in quite a while. I have to write some more. I just dropped an article recently, and it's going through the editorial process. But as I've become better and more experienced in cybersecurity, it's interesting to see the disconnect that we have between what management perceives. And when I say management and I say developers and ops, it's because there is this big disconnect. Everybody thinks they're siloed buckets and they don't want to talk, and it's still pervasive. I think smaller companies have an easier time because they don't have that many people, and so people just want to talk with each other. But when you're in larger companies, there's these big silos, and breaking down those silos and having security champions who can communicate with each other on terms that they both relate to, that's a huge thing. That's a huge thing.
Awesome. Well, thanks for spending all this time with us here at DevSecCon24, and it was great information. Thanks for sharing all that.
My pleasure, and thank you for having me. This has been great. Have a great day to everybody, and hopefully this is valuable to you all.
All right, we're going to head into a break, everyone, and we're going to be talking, when we come back, Alyssa's going to be hosting a conversation around deepfake and technology, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. Hi, welcome back. Yeah, I just wanted to quickly mention that we do have an activity stage as well. If you want to go over and check out modern dynamic application security testing, a crash course on audit logging, or the benefits of continuous security and compliance in the cloud infrastructure, those talks are happening on our activity stage. But I'd also recommend maybe you just hang right here, because in just a minute, I'm going to be introducing our next talk, which is going to be a fireside chat hosted by my colleague. Let me bring her on now. Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, I can hear you. Yeah, this is exciting. You're going to be talking about deep fakes here in a minute with our friends?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, one of my favorite little topics.
Okay.
So yeah, we're gonna dig in a little bit. We'll talk a little bit about the tech. We'll talk definitely about the ethics and even some of the threat vectors, and just how realistic is it or isn't it? So
hey, well, I think you got the controls here, so I think I'm just going to drop and let you do your thing.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate it. So there we go. Too many buttons to click at the same time. I have all these awesome guests. I don't know where to start. So first of all, let me introduce myself, everybody. If you don't know who I am already from earlier in the conference, I'm Alyssa Miller. I'm an application security advocate at Snyk. I'm also, a hacker, researcher, public speaker, all that happy, fun stuff. But anyone who follows me knows that I have a particular passion for deepfakes, and I've been doing some different research. I've definitely been speaking on it at a number of conferences. And so I was asked today to put together this fireside chat with a couple of my wonderful colleagues to just talk through some of the various issues and things surrounding this technology and where things seem to be going. So with that, JM, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself first, and we'll just go around the horn here.
Sure. Thank you, Elisa. My name is JM Porup. I'm a cybersecurity and national security reporter in New York. I've written about deepfakes, and journalists are concerned about how to authenticate video is real on very short deadlines to ensure that what they publish is in fact correct. And I'll be bringing that perspective to the conversation. Thank you.
Awesome. And also with us, we have Andrea. Andrea, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hey, everyone. My name is Andrea Downing. I am an advocate for people who carry hereditary cancer mutations. So a lot of my work in healthcare has to do with how we use social media and put our digital selves out there and how that can be weaponized against us. So, for us and my community, as an advocate, the stakes are really high when we think about how future technologies can affect us. So very interesting topic. And thank you, Alyssa, for having me.
Yeah, awesome. And then last and certainly not least, we've got Lisa Johnson. Lisa, go ahead and tell us a little bit about yourself as well.
Hi, I'm Lisa Johnson, and I have a master's degree in cybersecurity policy and governance, and I have a particular interest in privacy law. And similar to Andrea, I come from a healthcare IT background. So I have a lot of questions around DNA, rare disease patients, being able to anonymize patient data, that sort of thing.
Awesome. So let's just dive right in. And I actually thought probably the first place that would be best to start is just really to define what a deep fake is. And like I said, I do a number of talks on this. And I don't know that there's necessarily a hard and fast definition, but the way I put it, and we'll see what some of my colleagues think here. When we talk about deepfakes, what I'm usually referring to is any form of media that's been artificially generated using deep learning neural networks. So it includes still images, videos, and audio. And indeed, that's kind of what we're seeing in the market space. But I want to throw it out to the group based on what you've seen. Is there anything you would add to that definition, or anything that you think is notable that we should really draw out of that?
Sure, I'll go. I think a lot of the way this new technology can affect us is unknown. And one of the things, as somebody who kind of delved into the world of security research 2 years ago and didn't really understand how social networks would affect my community, I start to think about how deep fakes can create kind of a paradigm where our images can be used against us and in ways that we don't expect when we have every single video from our child's birth to our family reunions out there on Facebook. How do those things get used in the future? So that's one of the questions I have.
Awesome.
I would add it's important to distinguish between deep fakes and what I would call shallow fakes. That is to say, if I Photoshop a bogus image and then try to sell it to a reporter, that's not generated by machine learning or a neural network. It's just good old-fashioned Photoshop. If I chop an audio file or a video file to remove the keyword to make someone look like they're being a jerk when they're not, that's bad. It's fake media. But again, it's a shallow fake. It's not a deep fake. And I think that that's an important distinction to draw when having this conversation.
Yeah, I would agree. And I think actually, at least here in the United States, we had one really good example of that not all that long ago. And it's one that I usually like to draw on because it's important and it does frame a lot of the conversation around what you're saying. And that's this video that surfaced of Nancy Pelosi, where she was doing an interview and someone took the video and slowed it down to 75% speed. And when you do that and you keep the audio normalized so that pitch stays the same, but it slows, it makes it appear that she was inebriated in some way. And so, of course, that flew across the internet with reckless abandon. In fact, people are still sharing it today. I actually did a search earlier today. People are still sharing that video, claiming that it's real. And now I don't know if they maybe know that it's not and they're just trying to convince people, but it's an interesting fact because, that's not a deep fake. In fact, I think some people originally claimed it was, but it's not. It's just, hey, I took this video and I slowed it down 75%. So when we talk, deep fakes, we're talking, hey, I created something that didn't exist and I created it using deep neural networks, not just cool audio and visual tricks. So Lisa, I'm curious from your perspective. I know you've looked into this area some. What is it that, especially coming from the healthcare background, what is it that catches your eye about deepfakes in general?
What would be interesting, right, would be to take the example that we had yesterday of Donald Trump walking slowly down a ramp. And taking a medical diagnosis, deriving that, and then using the video and altering it some way to sort of deepen the possibility of that diagnosis existing. So let's say Parkinson's. Let's say it was Parkinson's, right? You could take that video and alter it so that the symptoms seem to be more in the Parkinson's way, and then put that out there and have that be part of the political discussion. It would be an issue for medical disclosure, and how would we work around that?
And that's an interesting vector. Go ahead, Andrea.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of makes me think of so many permutations of how this could be potentially weaponized in the future. So my personal favorite deepfake is the one where Mark Zuckerberg was making an announcement about Facebook, and we all know that he has had some pretty strong stances about his unwillingness to regulate anything that is real or fake on his platform. And what happened in response to that was there was a couple of artists who created a deep fake of him essentially talking about stealing our data and weaponizing it and using it against us. So while I laughed so hard and there was like a bit of schadenfreude thinking about, this is being used in a way that can harm his reputation or his image if people don't know what's real or fake. I think when you translate that back to, well, what could happen to a regular person if that is used against you? Oh my gosh, there are just so many ways in which I can think of these videos on social media, and something that I might have posted 5 years ago that could be used to, let's say I was in an active court case and somebody wanted to create evidence where we don't know what's real or fake. And I think so much of this current landscape, where we have active disinformation campaigns from state actors on social media, the more that we give them, the more ammo that we give them in terms of our own digital samples, the things that we put out on the internet. Those are all things that I am very concerned about from myself and my community.
Well, I have a question for you, Alyssa. My understanding is that academic researchers have had good success finding ways to authenticate video and to conclusively identify deepfake videos. I think you know more about than I do. Is that your conclusion as well? Can a professional expert say on the witness stand, Your Honor, I've examined this video and I believe it with confidence to be a deepfake? Or is there still like we just don't know?
So there's definitely been a lot of research. You're right. And I think we are at a point still where it is actually ultimately pretty easy to identify deepfakes. Some of the things, and of course, a lot of it depends on the quality of the deepfake too. And I mean, that's where a lot of my research has been around, is looking at, okay, how difficult is it really to create these? And surprisingly, despite having apps and everything else that will create them, it can be difficult to create them, and especially from scratch, but it's getting better. So, some of the things that are still very apparent in most of these deep fakes, there are definitely visual artifacts that make it very clear that it's deep fake. There are issues of resolution, issues of coloration, things like that, where this masked in face transitions to the rest of the body and face behind it, that become problematic, and you can identify. One of the other things that oh shoot, I'm going to forget which school it is now, but going beyond just looking for different artifacts and different things like that, there is research out there. It was released last year, and it's really driving me nuts. I can't remember who the school is now, because I'd love to give them credit for this. It's actually 2 schools, if I remember right. But what they're looking at is behavioral analytics. So take a video of Barack Obama surfaces, and he's talking, and this is one of the examples they used in their training was when he's delivering a message that's very I guess more tender and empathetic, his eyebrows are low, just the natural motions of his face and everything are very different than, like, for instance, they compared that to a video where he was delivering a stern warning to North Korea. And suddenly, he's got the furrowed eyebrows, there's a little twitch that he has, things like that. And so what they were reporting as of last year was 95% accuracy in being able to identify deepfakes. And they expected that to be 99% by about this time this year. I haven't seen an update on that yet, but that's encouraging. But on the flip side, this stuff's getting better and better. I mean, there's an app out there now called Impressions that you can download on your iPhone, iPad. You record a video of yourself, and you can choose what celebrity you want to place on top of your face. And in less than 5 minutes, after you record this 10 to 20 second video, depending on if you're paying for it or not, less than 5 minutes, they send you back a deep fake of you as that person. That's impressive given how quickly they do it. On the flip side, there's definitely visual artifacts that make it obvious that it's still deep fake.
Now, if we really wanted to make this fun, we would have taken impressions and started this whole panel with our favorite celebrities. Yeah. So you can tell them.
So tough to do with impressions because it's not real time, but that brings up a really interesting point.
Wouldn't that be fun? Maybe the conference of the future, we can go dressed as our person of choice. We don't have to wear our own faces.
So Lisa's going to say something here.
Well, I would say that I think you're going to see, just like you do in all other forms of bad actors, you're going to see a stratification of sophistication, right? So there'll be the crappy free apps with the kid just starting out trying to figure out how to do it. That'll be bad. And then you'll get up to, you know, the state actor or high-level cybercrime group, and they're going to have access to CGI, access to Hollywood level manipulations, and those are going to be a lot harder to distinguish and to find.
So I will say there is real-time capability now, and that's what's a little scary. There is a plugin for video conferencing tools like everybody's favorite lately, right under COVID, has been Zoom, that do allow you to take a single image of a person and make that what's displayed, and then that image gets manipulated based on what you're doing as you're talking. So that's kind of an interesting one. It's called Avatarify. And their famous video is that one of the guys who worked on it used it with a colleague of his. He set up this Zoom meeting and had a third colleague join as Elon Musk. And this other colleague didn't know that, you know, about this plugin, whatever. And but there again, there's weaknesses. Like I've watched different videos, and one of the things you notice is it very much looks like a still image that's morphing. Like if the head turns too far, you see the background kind of get, you know, warped with it, because it's basically just taking this still image and moving it. But what's impressive about it is similar to what's happening with Impressions app, is that it's real time. It maps your face landmarks, the, you know, typical 68 landmarks of facial recognition, and it's able to apply that and morph the image in real time. So, oh, go ahead.
I have a question, and you know, I'm just, with the way my mind works, I'll asking myself, you know, what's going to happen when this evolves a little bit further. And I just read this fantastic paper, and tying it back to the health, you know, thread that we were talking about a little bit earlier. There are these really complex disinformation networks that are now being mapped on Twitter and Facebook, where we see the advanced, you know, power of taking fake information, where if you don't know a social media profile is real or not, for somebody like this panel to understand, oh, that's definitely a bot versus that's not. I think the level of savviness of a regular person not knowing what's real and fake, that's where it gets really scary to me. Because let's say, for example, we see protests out there in every city right now. What happens when there's a deep fake of, you know, a public official or, you know, some rumor that is being spread in a way that could incite harm? Those are the questions I have when people are already not sure of who and what to trust when they go on social media. You know, how quickly those things could spread, or how that could be used in a way that causes confusion at a rapid pace, where you don't have the experts involved.
So, JM, I think you've actually got some opinions on this, just in terms of, and I'll actually tie it to a question we have waiting in the chat too. Somebody's asking, who's winning, deepfakes or debunkers?
Well, Mark Twain famously said that a lie will get halfway around the world before the truth can get its boots on. And he said that 130-something years ago, and not much has changed. For all the reasons Andrea just stated, which I wholeheartedly agree with, I am not overly concerned about deepfakes, because you can... we've all seen the viral bad tweet containing false information with 100,000 retweets, and then the correction that had like 500 retweets. Because that's how the world works. Do I need a deep fake to do that? Do I need a deep neural network with a fake video to do that? I mean, like Fox News's less reputable propaganda arm published a photo 2 days ago, photoshopping a gun into a peaceful protester in Seattle because they hate the protesters.
That's the example. Yes.
we don't need deep fakes to do that. Now, people believe what they want to believe, and we live in this increasingly polarized news world where people believe what they want to believe, confirmation bias rules, and no one wants to have their mind changed. So, and that's bad. That's super bad. That's bad for democracy. That's bad for everybody. But do we need deep fakes to get that level of success? I mean, I see people being successful with Dr. Jim Acosta video, doctored video of Nancy Pelosi, doctored Photoshop, like a 12-year-old, 10-year-old could do it. Photoshop picture of a gun with like bad Photoshop 2 days ago. You don't need deep fakes for that. Now, I mean, the root cause here is not technology. The root cause here is deep problems in our society in terms of education and politics and public discourse, and deep fakes are just like the tiniest symptom of a deep savage malaise in our current society. That's not an easy answer, but I'm afraid it's the one I think is true.
No, and I agree with you. In fact, it's something that I bring up pretty regularly when I talk about this. Is that deep fakes ultimately, as far as a threat, they're misinformation or disinformation, whichever you want to call it. And Andrew, you were spot on when you said that. And the fact of the matter is all these technological advances and detecting them and everything else are great, but those are all technological solutions to something that's not a technological problem. As you said, what I tell people all the time is misinformation is a human problem and it requires human solutions. It's not something we're going to fix with deep fakes. Yes, it could be helpful. Microsoft and Facebook and Amazon and a few others have sponsored this $1 million challenge for researchers to come up with detection techniques that they can incorporate into their platforms. Great. That's wonderful. And that would be wonderful that if these deep fakes start showing up in Facebook, that they're immediately tagged as this is a deep fake, because that does help if you can hit it right away and prevent that immediate spread, like you were saying. But yes, unfortunately, what happens today is that spread happens, and by the time you can get a real story out there, that misinformation, it's basically propaganda. Like you said, it plays on people's existing prejudices, and now it's just buried in their minds, and trying to dislodge that with the truth is exceptionally difficult.
Yeah.
And so, it's one of those things. I think, I honestly, I'll be honest. Everybody's blown up about the political ramifications of this, right? Everybody talks about how it could affect an election, and sure, yeah, it could. We talk about how it could impact, a myriad of other things. But where I'm more worried about it is more in the private space. As this stuff becomes more consumerized, I mean, look at where deepfakes started. They started with deepfaked porn, right?
Yeah. Actual abuse, actual victims right now, today.
Yeah. So I don't work. I have a colleague who runs an organization focused on revenge porn. And, that whole concept now, when you start to stir in, okay, that happens today because, someone texts a naked picture to their partner, or they allow their partner to make video of them. And then when they, things go south, that partner shares it out to the world as revenge. But now you have that situation where that video, that picture doesn't even have to exist. Their partner can create a fake one. And even if everybody knows it's fake, it doesn't matter. Because, I mean, what that does to a human being when your face is being purported to be out there, in this video, you're naked and doing whatever. That's powerful stuff. And that's honestly where I have probably a bigger concern. That's also where it's promising that at least right now, the technology isn't there to do that as easily as one might hope. But as we said, it keeps getting better.
I mean, this, I think, raises all the questions about human rights and, what are the next sets of human rights that we need as these technologies develop? And, I would be curious what Lisa has to think about this. I have, thinking about health data sharing for the BRCA community and, coming from a place where our genes were patented back in 2013, started to understand from experts how access to knowledge about our health or our bodies is a human right. And I'm beginning to wonder, well, can manipulation of data and images from our body also be considered some sort of right that we need to develop or have yet? I know for a fact, because I have, fought Facebook and gone all the way to the FTC, and there was a congressional inquiry. There's no comprehensive legislation coming down the pipes for this anytime soon. It's going to be the Wild West for a long time. But what would the rights look like? What should they look like?
So actually, I've spent a lot of time writing about this. So if you look at the original premise of privacy law, it was based on primarily white cisgendered men. And it was the idea that your home is your castle. And within your home, as a white cisgendered land-owning male, you have the right to privacy within those four walls. And that was back when women as wives were property, children and farm animals were essentially equal. It goes back to that original premise. If you take that and evolve that now into technology and the way that it's entered our lives, we're all walking around with cameras in our house, photographing things, sharing things as we go. So does the parameters of having four walls make sense anymore? And I would posit that it does not. And that what we need to think about is our stories that make us unique and that make up the facets of ourselves. So like those 68 data points on your face, we would have tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of data points that belong to us, and they're ours. And we have the right to share them or not share them as we see fit. So I would evolve the concept of a man in his castle into we are the keepers of our story, and how we share that is up to us.
Yeah, and that's a really good point, and it brings up an interesting point that actually I love the way this is flowing, because we've got a question in the chat right now asking about where do we stand on legislation of owning your own likeness. And honestly, it's a minefield because there is no legislation currently, and deepfakes really gray a lot of areas. The only legislation to date that has even been proposed and passed is specifically around election security, and it's woefully inadequate. It was basically just to create monitoring for this. But if I go back to my example of like the revenge porn, one of the common ways to combat that is the use of the let's see if I get this right, the DMCA. Yes, I had to think about it. I always get it wrong. The DMCA has specific requirements for taking down material when it's proven that it's copyright of somebody else who hasn't consented to that being posted. So you can do that because there's an implicit copyright. If I take a picture of myself and I send it to you, or if I appear in a video and I send it to you, we can, these organizations use those takedown requests to get rid of that video. But now you could be talking about a video that the victim doesn't own, and it's just their face. And so there's this really tough gray area of, can you even use a DMC or a DCM? Jesus, DMCA. I don't know why I can't get that right. Can you use a DMCA takedown to take those off, because they're not really the copyright owner that's complaining. And there's also the question of what's the border between satire and libelous behavior. And we've been fighting that. JM, I'm sure you and Lisa probably both, having worked in more of a journalistic space in particular, you're very familiar with that struggle all the time. So yeah, I mean, there's challenges there.
Well, I mean, I'll leave the satire question, even though I'm tempted. What's really on my mind right now, and this is the debate that's raging among journalists, mostly me raging. I have to be honest. But so we have these protests happening, and for me, as a cybersecurity professional, as an engineer and a reporter, taking my picture is to plunder my biometrics without my consent. You are robbing me of something that is mine. If I don't give my consent, you are taking it from me by force without asking. And if you were
not if you're in a public space.
This is exactly what comes next, because what does it mean to be private in public? Private in public before ubiquitous cameras and facial recognition was the fleeting memory in somebody else's brain of your presence and activity. Now we have always on cameras recording everything you do with facial recognition that can correlate your entire history to law enforcement, both good and bad, as we see happening in China, which really raises the question, what does privacy in public mean if we want to have any kind of democracy? Because journalists are telling me, people who are going to film protesters, I'm telling them, you are serving as a de facto branch of law enforcement, as a snitch, turning in nonviolent protesters to racist thugs who are going to come to your house and harass you and kill you, and you are aiding and abetting these cops by doing so. And they're like, look, these people are in public. How am I supposed to do my job as a journalist if I can't film crowds? And we're both right. I don't have an easy answer, because there are equal competing concerns here. There is a valid news gathering concern to film public gatherings that are newsworthy. There is a valid public concern that we not be filmed because, bad law enforcement will hurt people. There is no easy and obvious answer here, and I don't have a solution. But we're reaching a threshold in society with facial recognition and deepfakes where the norms and the laws may need to change to address these issues.
I would actually posit that we've been collecting facial data on people since we had decent photography, and the FBI figured out that they could, or I have the wrong, whichever agency, it can collect and use that information. It's definitely more sophisticated now. It's always with technology, it's a measure of degrees, right? So we could take 1964 protest marches and pictures from them, and they were definitely used and implemented at the time by various three-letter agencies to go after people that they shouldn't have gone after. Now you can just scrape the local traffic camera, dump it right into the database, and do the work immediately. So to me, it's more a matter of degrees. And I think the way that you combat that is with education. I work in IT risk now, and you're always looking to mitigate the risk. And the easiest, cheapest way to do that is through education. So letting people know, you are making this choice by going to this rally. You are making this choice by holding this sign up in front of a camera. And I think you saw people making those choices when I was watching things happen in Minneapolis. You could see people choosing to stand behind the cameraman and holding up a sign or waving to their mom. I saw some hello moms, which I thought was hilarious. Or you could see the camera panning in their direction and you saw them back up. So I think it's a matter of education and choice. But if you're in the public, your face is there to be used however anyone sees fit.
That's got to change. Strong disagree there. That's got to change. Look at what's happening in China. What happens when we have nano cameras everywhere?
But I would say you being in public is a choice that you're making. How the technology is being used behind you is a different issue.
I don't have a choice to stay home. I have to go to work. I have to go shopping. I got to see people. Like, that is not like a choice. I have to go outside. That's not a choice.
Yeah, I mean, we see the same argument. I mean, we've been talking about this. I mean, let's take it out of like worst case scenario, perhaps with China, but let's even think about what we've been talking about for a number of years in the UK, and in particular, and indeed all over Europe as well, where cameras in public, just surveillance cameras, have become so ubiquitous that you can't go from your home to the store and back without being filmed 7 different times. And yeah, there is a, suddenly it's become your only privacy, which it doesn't even exist there because we all connect ourselves to the internet and do things, is within your home. But, I do agree with Lisa from the perspective of it being degrees, because with deepfakes, that's even what's occurring when we just think about the video itself. So you think in terms of like the justice system. We go back 20, 30, 40, 50 years, whatever it is, to the point where eyewitness accounts were the gold standard of evidence. Like that was the best possible evidence you could have. Well, then that kind of started to fade. We started to realize there were biases and other issues with eyewitnesses, and this thing surfaced we called video. And now if you had video evidence, that was the gold standard. I mean, if we saw it on video, it had to be true. And then we started to see that get picked apart and torn down. And now with deepfakes, it really accelerates that, because now it makes it even harder yet to trust that video. So the question kind of becomes, what's next? What is that next layer? And from a privacy perspective, I think we have to, that's where we as technologists, we in the security space can start to impact that. I think starting to really help people see that ethical side of, okay, this is cool that we're doing all this really neat stuff with deep learning, but now how do we use it in a way that improves life and, maybe improves some of that privacy factor? And indeed, I mean, there are positive uses of this technology. We already see it today.
As I was listening to everybody talk, one thing that popped into my mind was what happens when we get arrested, right? We are read our Miranda rights, and that is you have the right to remain silent. Everything you say and do can and will be used against you. And so my question for everybody is, as we step into a public domain, as we go peacefully assemble, do we really have the rights we think we have anymore? When so much of this is being used against us in ways that we're not even aware of.
Now there's an interesting philosophical question. Because you can be silent verbally, but yeah, your actions tell stories that may or may not actually be true, but could definitely be used against you and do get used against you. And so that does additionally complicate things. So how do we, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, how do we now take this cool technology and start using it in ways that address that? And that, I think, is going to be very telling moving forward, because yeah, that's a really good point, Andrea. And I don't know how we really move forward on that. And it probably, going back to what Lisa and JM, you guys were talking back and forth on, how do we, do we need to morph how we look at liberties and rights, and then how technology supports that and plays into that? And then that becomes a bigger topic than just videos, right?
The ubiquity of video has a lot of downsides, but there's some positives as well. The cataclysmic shift that we have had since May 25th has been because of video that wouldn't have been available to us in an earlier time, and it has allowed us to go out and seek justice for people who died. And so there is some good there for that.
Oh yeah. 2 years ago, Minneapolis Police Department did not have body cameras.
Yeah.
Now we saw the whole thing. We've seen countless videos of what's going on during protests come up, highlighting some of the major issues that people are concerned with, and it has had positive impact. Moving beyond just videos, kind of to the deep learning side of it. I've got two folks on here really, in the heat of the healthcare situations and what deepfakes mean in terms of medical imaging. The ability of deepfake technology to identify tumors at a size far smaller than even the best trained doctors are able to see, and not only detect them, but be able to predict their growth far more accurately than any doctor could. You know, that kind of thing's exciting, but that's where, again, I'm back to, okay, so we can pivot technology that way. How can we take these other portions of it and pivot them towards things that are, you know, useful and are actually going to help improve, not necessarily detract from what we look at in terms of privacy, and how do we use this stuff ethically?
So, and maybe I don't understand the deep fake world as well as I do the world of cancer variant classification and genomics, but let me take that healthcare example and kind of stretch it out a little bit, because absolutely, machine learning and neural networks have been very effective in being able to, for example, classify variants of uncertain significance in a tumor far better than humans can at a faster rate. In fact, there are, and Lisa might know this well in genomics, the cancer variants are classified at by a certain processor standards. There were these standards at MIT where Google's DeepMind came along and figured out that they were 95% more effective than the existing human standards, or the way the process that was used to classify variants. My problem with that is, though, deepfakes is about creating something that is fake. We can separate machine learning and classification of variants from taking something and then producing a fake. So I would posit to all of you, and feel free to debate or disagree, but that's a whole other ball of wax when we're talking about using machine learning to create something that does not exist, versus using machine learning in health to identify something. I went too far into that, but would you disagree, Lisa, or what do you think?
So that whole area is kind of new to me, but as I was following your dialogue, I was thinking that could be used as a very effective training tool for medical professionals. That was what was coming to mind. I thought that would be super cool.
So as in, like, how to diagnose something, or how to create something that's a fake?
To use it as a training tool, to use it as one of the things that I saw go by was the difference with most medical diagnoses that they use for training purposes is with white patients. And so people of color, any color other than white, there's not as much information for medical practitioners to use. So maybe we could do some deep fakes and apply some genetics to that, and come up with some training principles. That's what I'm literally just thinking off the top of my head.
No, that's great though, and this is what I want people to think about. Now, unfortunately, our time is up. So we've got to wrap it up, which I would love to keep this conversation going, because it's been amazing. And that's, I think, what you touched on, Lisa, just that mindset is what I really challenge people to think about when it comes to deep fakes is, all right, yeah, this is really cool technology. It's a little scary at times as well, but how can it become something that is, used for the right purposes? There's a number of examples out there now. And, I challenge people just to think about that. I've got, we've got a conference full of security folks and developers on this, on this live stream. We're turning to you all to help with that. So with that, like I said, we're unfortunately out of time. So I want to thank you guys so much. JM, Andrea, Lisa, thank you for joining me. I know this was probably not what we all expected we'd be doing this afternoon. And it actually, I think this was a wonderful discussion. I hope the folks out there enjoyed it too. With that, so thank you so much. And we'll see you all real soon.
Thank you.
Take care, everybody.
All right. What a great conversation that was. I wish we would have had even more time for it. Very cool insights, some angles I hadn't thought of on deep fakes. We're going to be taking a quick break here. We'll be back in 15 minutes with Crux, a former homicide detective turned security pro, and he's going to be sharing with us how to deal with some of the stresses and bringing some of his former experience into our realm. So looking forward to that. We'll be back after the break. Hello. Hey, Crux.
Hey, can you hear me?
I think we are live. Are you mic'd up?
Yeah,
I can hear you now.
You can't.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, woo, you scared me. So,
I've been looking forward to this talk ever since I saw the synopsis. I can't wait to see what you're here to share. So are we good with your slides? I'm on a.
Yes.
I'm on a. Yeah.
Here it is.
Right
there. Can you see?
Okay. Cool.
All right.
Perfect. Okay. Well, I'll let you jump right into it and let us know what you're going to teach us here.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, or morning, or evening. I know we're in all different time zones. My name is Crux Conception. It's a pseudonym for crisis intervention. What I wanted to talk to, this is a beautiful talk here, and it's well needed and well deserved. I wanted to talk to about social engineering and criminal profiling. I'm a retired homicide detective, criminal profiler, hostage negotiator. And I've taken those skills, with this lecture here, When Stress Meets Tech, what I did was took the police stuff, all the cop stuff out of it, and I made it a people-friendly, tech-friendly atmosphere with this talk, When Stress Meets Tech. This lecture will give hope and inspiration as I recount my struggles with the ability to communicate effectively. I will openly reveal my anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, and depression, and my passion for psychology, along with the care of consumer. Consumer is what people call the individual. Instead of saying that they're a patient or sick, they just say consumer. That's more friendly, because everybody suffers from stress or some type of mental health issue. Whether we take care of it or not is totally different. I am working on my PhD in forensic psychology. I have a master's in psychology and a bachelor's in police psychology and criminal justice. And psychology is very important to me, and I'm very passionate about it. And what I did was implement psychology along with communication skills along with this lecture. This lecture will reinforce to the audience the key measures necessary to shape and uphold a connected culture, while inspiring the mental health community to devote the effort in constructing better lives for those affected by mental health and mental illness. June 14, 2017. This is hard to talk about, but at another lecture I did, they said to mention this first before I talk about my speech, because I usually say it at the end. My back had hurt real bad. I had suffered from severe back pain. So I went to the doctor and I got 3 injections in the back, and they gave me prescription painkillers and prescription muscle relaxers. Unbeknownst to me and my physician, those muscle relaxers, minoxidil, known to cause bipolar effects in individuals on rare occasions. And it did on me that night. I woke up that morning, life was good. I was working on my PhD. My research was, it was just awesome. The research that I wanted to write about, it was taking off. I got a homicide promotion. I just got married. We just built a brand new house. Life was just good. I was at a hostage negotiation training, when members of my team, my former gang unit team, called and told me that they arrested my daughter. She was in the back seat of a stolen vehicle, and there was a foot pursuit and a vehicle pursuit. Everybody left except for my daughter. She stayed, and she yelled out, "Stacey Jenkins is my dad." That made me mad. I was so upset. And this is before my backache, but it was the day before my backache. So that was added stress. I was mad that she mentioned my name, and I told the officers to arrest her. she got arrested. She cooperated with the officers. And when she got bonded out, three girls came to her job, place of employment, drug her out and beat her senseless. I then found out she was a victim of a sexual assault a week prior. Man, I felt like the worst man in the world, worst dad in the world. And so the next day my back was hurting and I took the medication. I went to bed and I still woke up. I woke up for some reason, didn't want to live. Something told me to just kill myself. I've never had that feeling before, never thought that. Like I said, life was good. Something told me to just kill myself. And so I took the whole bottle of muscle relaxers. I took the whole bottle of painkillers, and I wasn't dead yet. So, you know, they say not to drink alcohol with prescription medication. I did because I wanted to induce the death. I wanted to hurry up and die. That didn't work. So I loaded up my .357 Magnum, my off-duty weapon. I put it in my squad car. I noticed I said squad car. I was in my unmarked squad car. I was so high from that medication, I literally thought I was in my personal vehicle, because to this day I can see myself pressing the button to my Jaguar sunroof so I can get air, so I can stay awake to get to the park to kill myself. I didn't want to kill myself at the house because I didn't want my wife finding me. What happened after that was just a crazy story spiral. Our vice president, who was in the state of Indiana, governor at the time, Mike Pence, wrote a law for all law enforcement officers to be trained on crisis intervention tactics. Crisis intervention tactics is what officers, trained officers do. They have 8 hours of training and they go yearly to get recertified. And they are, with that training, they are allowed to make psychological field examinations. And if you're involved in a criminal activity, if it's a misdemeanor or less, then they don't take you to jail. They don't arrest you. They get you psychiatric help. That's what should have happened to me that night. More's the pity. Only thing I'm grateful for that night, that I didn't hurt anybody. I didn't run into anybody, because I passed out at the wheel and my car slumped over the wheel, and I fell asleep. Somebody called, because I had police license plates in the back. Somebody called, cops came running lights and sirens. When they knocked on the window, they asked me where was I going. I said to Krieger Park. They said, for what? I said, to kill myself. They asked me to step out of the car. They asked had I been drinking. I said, yeah, I had a glass of vodka to induce the effects. They then handcuffed me and took me to jail. There's 17 of us in law enforcement in my family. My mom calls us the black version of the TV show Blue Bloods. I thought I was going to be taken to get psychiatric help. I mean, I knew I was going to get in trouble for driving drunk with my squad car. I knew that was a given. I knew I was going to have to face some type of consequences. But I also thought at the same time I was going to get help. The story is so long, but that's basically why I'm devoted to talk about stress. I learned that 70% of people with mental health issues really don't need medication. It's the 30% that really need it, the people that suffer from schizophrenia and things, serious mental illness. Those individuals need medication, but 70% of the population, of the world population that are on some type of psychiatric medication, they really don't need it. And this is a story here. Okay. So I just told you all this. Okay, what we're going to talk about here is basically the Dr. Dre method. It talks about downloading the stress, rerouting the stress, deleting the stress, reboot the stress, and encrypt the stress. And we'll talk about that as we continue. The pressure of working in the field of computer technology can be a dream for the observer, for people outside looking in. But to us, for the people in the technology field, it could be a nightmare. I remember I was at a Dallas conference where I gave this lecture at Dallas, and I was told that a gentleman who was a developer had to change his job. I think he had to go into coding or something like to that effect. And he had been a developer for 15 years. And the option was that his place of employment gave me, hey, either you learn this new position or you're fired. And wow, I said, that's stress. Working as a developer, a specialist, a designer, engineer, expert, manager, and technician demands a high level of precision. You guys already know that over the extended period and any minute times lapse, this could be disastrous. These demands can cause an increase in blood pressure and adrenaline, leading to stress and mental strain. Technicians and developers have a high level of psychological frustration during hours of work. Those who work continuously work 50 plus hours a week. These individuals most likely display signs of physical and emotional discomfort during their off hours. They take it home with them, ladies and gentlemen. What they don't see, the jobs could be tedious, boring tasks, high demands and work burden, and an absence of control over the job itself. Poor managerial interactions, defective technology, fear of losing your job. These remain the same occupation stressors that have been defined as problematic for a variety of professional occupations, not just the technology field. And ladies and gentlemen, here's an interesting statistic. The #1 stress jobs in the United States: 1, government position; 2, law enforcement; and 3, technology. The typical health problem due to stress could be acid peptic disease, heartburn, alcoholism, asthma, diabetes, fatigue, tension, headaches, hypertension, insomnia, irritable bowel syndrome, nervous wreck, psychoneurosis. So basically, it's a nervous wreck, sexual dysfunction, and skin disease. Work pressure can be explained as a harmful physical and psychological reaction. These arise when the demands of the career don't fit the capability, means, or requirement of an employee. Work stress may result in illnesses and also a personal injury. Work-related stress happens to be one of the most significant health issues in modern society today. Work stress arises in the response of both the work environment and the workers' factors. Lifestyles, factors used to decrease stress. Utilizing one's social skills can help or improve individual lifestyle. Activities within the workplace. Here's things you can do. Build or use more often social media interactions. I just started getting the hang of social media 2 years ago, and I'm still having a tough time with Twitter. But you don't have to respond. Just set up an account and watch all the craziness, watch all the silliness, the goofiness that goes on in social media. Schedule weekly, monthly employee outings. These is a part of team dynamics. Get a work wife or a work husband. It's a form of support system. Activities outside the workplace. Request that your company implement a discounted rate to a fitness facility. Try walking or running. And I know this is kind of hard to do with COVID going on, but COVID's not going to be here forever. I know that. I pray about it every night that it goes away. So I know I'm trust that my prayers work. Activities outside the workplace. Pick up a hobby, or if you have one, devote time to it more frequently. Be yourself. Let that silly odd sock in you come out. Let that silly odd person come out. Be silly sometimes. I know for myself, when before COVID, I used to go karaoke. Now I use an app called Smule, and I sing on it all the time. And I'm silly, and it's fun to be the silly person sometimes. A lot of times it is. I'm silly a lot. Talk to yourself, but in private, of course. There's nothing wrong with having a healthy discussion with your mind. Meditate, focus on breathing. I know I'm not doing it right now. I'm talking fast, but usually I focus on my breathing, and I visualize myself performing before I do. Self-awareness is one's control. If you visualize You can visualize anything that you do. If you're playing a game, if you're walking, or if you're running, or if you're working, or you're going to work, just visualize yourself doing that before you do it. Start with tedious tasks. If you have something silly as going to the restroom, you have to go to the restroom, visualize yourself going to the restroom. And pretty soon you'll start to notice that you're visualizing, you're doing things over and over again, and it becomes second nature. You'll visualize yourself doing something before you do it, and it's like second nature. Give yourself a me day, not me time, but day. Keep a positive mindset. Give yourself that day. It's your days. If you're a family man or family woman, family person, tell your family, hey, this is going to be my day. This is my day devoted to me. The Dr. Dre method we'll get into. Okay, that's supposed to stop. All right. Okay. Hold on one second, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry. Should have stopped. Okay, there we go. Damn. I was about to bust a rap. I was literally, if the beat would have kept continuing, I was literally about to rap this next post. I was about to say, download the cause of stress, determine what it is. And that's my way of beatboxing. See, I told you, be silly, download the cause of your stress. Determine what is causing downloading is you got to find out what's causing the stress. You can't ignore it. When you find out what it is, the next step is to use the mental router to direct the stress that is secure site in your mind. If you can't ignore the stress, find a place to route it to a location in your head where it is safe, but it won't affect you. Learn to delete future stress elements. It's up to you. Once you discover what is causing you the stress, delete it by past methods that you use, which helped you conquer stress in the past. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Reboot yourself and focus on the positive aspects. It may seem futile, however, there are bright sides to negative situations. Focus on anything, and I mean anything, which has a positive outcome from that once stressful situation. And finally, encrypt your mind to a secure, positive parts. Once you have learned the methods that are positive to alleviate stress, lock them, secure them in that mind. Heck, even give it a method like a password. Give it a password.
Okay, yeah, that was interesting. Yeah, thanks for sharing some of those details with us. I think those are some great coping techniques.
Thank you.
Yeah, when you're feeling stressed.
Sorry you had the music on. I mean, I was trying to get that. I was like, dang, I didn't know the Dr. Dre. I was literally about to rap the rest of the speech. I was.
I like that. Yeah. Over here real quick. I'm taking a look at some of the questions we've got. So what I mean, it's got to be just a different level setting, right? Coming from a really stressful environment where things are actually life and death, and coming into this sort of tech world. I mean, it's got to be different to try to, listen to people's concerns and take them super seriously relative to your old environment.
Yeah, it is. And what I like to do is, like I said, and I wish, I'm glad you guys let me change the speech, because the what is social engineering, I'm using interviews from hackers and former people that use social engineering to get inside companies and stuff like that. And I didn't want that to be, I'd rather do that in person. So hopefully y'all bring me back next year and we can do that in person, because it's kind of fun. But I have over 16 lectures, and they're all mental health, psychology, behavioral analysis related. So I kind of found my niche. I kind of fell into this real easy. It was just a great opportunity. The tech community, be honest with you, the tech community really, I love the tech community. I've spoken 34 times last year, and it's all been tech events. And you know what? I have not been asked to speak at a law enforcement event. I have not been asked to speak at a mental health event. But God willing, hopefully I'll be speaking in March in Washington, D.C. on the March of Dr. King's speech anniversary. So hopefully I'll be speaking there.
Okay, that sounds great. What do you think is like the one big takeaway for folks in tech? I mean, if you're dealing with stress right now in this environment, some people are. What do you think is like the one technique, if you just had to leave it with a takeaway, that people could do as a practice?
Okay, and I think a lot of people are still working from home. Again, find something that you are funny. Find something that just makes you laugh. Even like I said, I wanted to go in further. I didn't know my time slot, but I wanted to go in about the me day. Like some people, if you want to just binge watch one. I had a me day 2 weeks ago, and I just binge watched MASH. I watched all 10, 11 seasons of MASH because I'm a big MASH fan, and I've seen it. I've seen each episode at least 100 times each, but I binged watched in MASH, and so it was a me day. And when you have a me day, it's not just a me day, but you're taking control. You're taking control of your life. You're telling everybody, hey, this is my day, and if it gives you a good feeling, it really does. You just and if you plan it in advance, you just can't wait for that day to happen. If you, like, for instance, if you were to give yourself a me day 2 weeks from now, you would be excited. Trust me, because you'd be like, okay, I'm excited. It's my day, nobody else's.
So finally take a little bit of your time back, maybe, and schedule that time for yourself instead of just pushing through, because we're all at home, right? So we can work 24 hours a day now.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Well, I really appreciate you sharing with us today, and it was a great presentation. I hope some people took away some tools they can use in the workplace, and we'll see you around soon.
Thank you. God bless you. You guys take care and stay safe.
All right. So we're going to jump into a short break here, and then we're going to be back with some Ignite talks, and that's going to be happening at the 35. And until then, enjoy some sponsors.
Hi, Simon from Sneak here. At Sneak, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at sneak.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we, since last year, acquired DevSecCon. So at Sneak, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see these wonderful community coming together, and we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weissopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com, that's VERACODE. We are happy to support DevSecCon24 because we believe application security experts and developers need to come together to secure modern software development. Come visit us at our virtual booth, speak with our AppSec experts about all things relating to secure development, and participate in our password program. Hope to see you there.
Detectify is a scalable web app security service that automates thousands of security tests to help you write safer code and release secure applications. Detectify's security scans are non-intrusive and can run safely in staging and production environments. Instead of performing version tests, Detectify checks your app using real exploits, simulating a hacker attack with harmless payloads. The service is continually updated with new security tests thanks to Detectify Crowdsource, a global community of security researchers. Detectify equips you with the tools you need to fix critical security issues. Getting started with Detectify only takes a couple of minutes. Just verify domain ownership, run your first scan, and access your first security report. So what are you waiting for? Fix vulnerabilities, build your security skill set, and release safer apps with Detectify. Go hack yourself and start your free trial at detectify.com.
Hi, this is Brandon Eyring with Zero North. I lead the sales development team. Thanks for joining us at DevSecCon24, the event. It's definitely a cool place for leaders in the development and security communities to get together, and the speakers and the topics are right on point. While you're here, feel free to stop by the Zero North virtual booth, get some information on the solutions that we offer, but don't take our word for it. Come see a demo for yourself and enter to win a cool prize. Thanks, and we'll see you there.
Hi, DevSecCon. My name is Heidi Waterhouse, and I work for Launch Darkly. We're a company that does feature management or feature flags as a service. We have a virtual booth here, so if you'd like to stop by and see how that works out, we'd love to talk to you about it. I want to say that as you're thinking about security, I want you to think about how feature flags could actually make your security more effective and more cost effective, because I know that we're all thinking about how to do more with less. And one of the ways to do that is to make it really easy to control your features at a modular level. So stop by and talk to us about that, and we'll be happy to see you. Have a great conference, and I hope you get a lot of wonderful content out of it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Fernando Cardozo. I'm Solutions Architect at Twin Micro, a global cybersecurity company and leader in cloud workloads protection. Join me on DevSecCon24 on June 15 for a 15 minutes talk as I will outline the importance of cloud security posture management for cloud service and compliance. Demonstrate how you can quickly set up a CSPM solution and introduce it into your infrastructure as a code pipeline using security plugins in the VS Code or in the CI/CD pipeline. You don't want to miss it. Watch the live DevSecCon conference 24 or click in the Trend Micro virtual booth to see our schedule for talks. Let's help organization with the DevSecOps culture. See you there.
Hey DevSecCon, what's up? My name is Idan Tendler, CEO and co-founder of Bridge Group. We help security engineers automate their public cloud security by streamlining remediation throughout the CI/CD. With our platform, you could scan for misconfigurations from your infrastructure as code to your runtime, but we also provide the fixes. So for each misconfiguration, you will find the fix delivered as code as pull request in the platform. We're super proud to be part of this event and to contribute back to DevSecCon and to the community. Come visit us at our virtual booth and also at bridgeco.io, and you have to try the platform. It's for free. Have a wonderful day.
Hey, what's up, DevSecCon? Scott Gerlach, CSO and co-founder from StackHawk here. Big thanks to DevSecCon for letting us help sponsor. StackHawk is a dynamic application security testing tool built for developers. And when I say built for developers, I mean you can run it on your laptop, like your linter. You can run it in CI/CD. You can run it in staging. You can run it in pre-prod. You run it anywhere you want. We want you to be able to identify, find, and fix those problems before they become vulnerabilities. Please check us out at stackhawk.com. I hope your DevSecCon online is great. Thank you to DevSecCon for hosting a virtual event. It's awesome to be able to connect with our peers during social distancing time. I hope you find some great talks today and learn a bunch. When you're all done, check out stackhawk.com, sign up for early access, and get some scanning running. Have a great day.
Hi, Simon from Sneak here. At Sneak, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at sneak.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we since last year acquired DevSecCon. So at Sneak, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see these wonderful community coming together. And we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weisopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com. That's VERACODE. We are happy to support DevSecCon24 because we believe application security experts and developers need to come together to secure modern software development. Come visit us at our virtual booth, speak with our AppSec experts about all things relating to secure development, and participate in our password program. Hope to see you there.
Detectify is a scalable web app security service that automates thousands of security tests to help you write safer code and release secure applications. Detectify's security scans are non-intrusive and can run safely in staging and production environments. Instead of performing version tests, Detectify checks your app using real exploits, simulating a hacker attack with harmless payloads. The service is continually updated with new security tests thanks to Detectify Crowdsource, a global community of security research.
Brendan.
Hello.
We've got you here live on the stream. Thanks for joining us today. I'm kind of excited to see your talk. It's just going to be a 5-minute one this time, but is there an extended version of this one as well online that you've done, or is this kind of a first?
There's not. This is the first time we've done this talk.
Okay, so maybe this is like the point of expansion where it starts here and it becomes the full length at some point.
It's exactly, yeah. So we've cut it down to the minimum possible viable talk. So
yeah, highly effective. I like that. So I saw in your bio that you're doing Project Narwhal. What?
Yeah, well, so yeah, Narwhal is a side project I do to combine information security with policy and tech and other kinds of diverse expertise to be able to handle everything from misinformation work to things like legal reform of the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act to lots of other kind of fun edges of security projects.
Killer. Okay, well, I think we're just going to get started here. If you're ready, I'm going to put your slides up.
Ready?
There you go. You're off to the races.
Here goes. A SOC 2 audit is often discussed in tech business circles like it's a magical amulet or a plot coupon for Dungeons & Dragons Venture Capital Edition. Go get your SOC 2. That means you're secure, and then you can sell more, which is not super true. It's even worse, though, for DevOps folks, because they continuously get told, hey, you know how we haven't given you any time or personnel or budget for any infrastructure work at all? Well, that's still happening. But next week, we also have auditors coming to ask you SOC 2 questions, so you should drop everything. Like it's a prize for not paying attention to your DevOps team when they ask you for stuff. And it's usually at this point, when told that they can't get to deal with all the audit stuff in addition to all the other stuff they can't do, when my DevOps friends become slightly overpressured. Made even worse, though, is that you sometimes have security mall ninjas who think that DevOps should take a back seat so they can secure everything, OMGzors, mostly by telling the DevOps team no, they can't have the tools they need to do their job so that they can save more budget for shiny tools that no one needs because they have no conceivable purpose or any threat model. So what's the solution? It's selling DevOps to your management as the way to get their shiny compliance and thus shiny sales goals met. So we're going to do that in 300 seconds. A SOC 2 is technically a specialized type of audit against any kind of rules. I used to have a boss who was fond of saying that you can audit a SOC 2, or you can do a SOC 2 audit of a napkin to determine whether it is a good napkin, and that would be a completely valid audit. However, usually groups do SOC 2 audits not against napkins, but against a set of rules called the Trust Services Criteria, which is abbreviated as TSP 100 for reasons that are boring. So that's what we're going to go through, specifically the common criteria that are part of the TSP. So here's what auditors actually want to know for a SOC 2. If I ask you a question, would you know if you answered truthfully? Which sounds weird, right? Because like you're a nice DevOps person, you wouldn't lie. But I don't mean if you think you're telling the truth. I mean, how do you know if your answers align to the real world in real time as you answer? And that's a little bit harder. But what auditors want, what they're actually concerned about, is that you know how to check you're doing the right thing every time. And that's exactly what DevOps tooling and automation you're already doing is for. So Do you use Terraform or another cloud orchestration tool to write your security groups? Of course you do. If you keep Terraform in source control and use your commit logs to show why you're making changes, which almost everyone does, linked to a Jira ticket or whatever, then you've pretty well solved common criteria 6.6 and 6.7 about business rules and firewalls. If you don't, using a tool like Terraform or whatever is a pretty easy way to meet the requirements. And so again, you can sell management on adopting cloud orchestration by showing them how it makes your compliance better. Next, I hope you have logs and that you store them somewhere. If you do, you straight up meet common criteria 6.8 and 7.2, which are basically, do you have logs and do you look at them? If not, even though it's a virtual conference, I'm sure Splunk is somewhere around handing out t-shirts, so go talk to them about how they have so much money that they can always hand out free t-shirts to everyone. Or go use ElkStack, which does exactly the same thing in exchange for no money but all of your blood, sweat, and tears. If you're still hand-rolling user accounts for your engineers, common criteria 6.1, 6.2, and 6.3 provide an excellent reason to knock it off and move to real role-based access with group membership. One thing that does annoy some DevOps teams here is that these same rules also make it difficult to just run as admin all the time, but honestly, you should please stop that anyway. Here's a really big one. Common criteria 8.1 is all about change management. And by far the easiest way to get this done is to have a continuous integration and deployment pipeline, ensuring that things can only get into production after they've passed tests, gotten code review, and been built the right way solves so many problems. And it's near the top of most DevOps wish lists, but it's extremely time intensive to set it up. So if you need to justify the investment of time to make it happen, showing how it solves SOC 2 really completely is a great way to do that. CC 8.1 also requires that you can retroactively know why things happen. And so that an auditor can say 6 months ago, what versions of software were in production then and why? So again, build pipeline solves this really well. Finally, CC 8.1 includes requirements around ensuring that your servers are hardened and unnecessary services are disabled. Again, by far the easiest way to make this happen is to use a build pipeline so that you know your stuff is done right every time, whether you use Amis, containers, or you just hurl servers into the sky and call that a cloud. Being able to rebuild your infrastructure is a really high bar, but it's a core part of a business continuity plan and a really effective chunk of an incident response playbook as well. So if you have a functioning build pipeline and cloud orchestration environment and you document how you do things, which, let's be honest, is often the hard part, then you've solved 7.4 and 7.5. Common criteria 7.1 deals with how you patch, how you treat security vulnerabilities and the like. It's very hard, it's very intensive, but a modern DevOps practice called immutable deployment just solves the whole thing entirely, and auditors have finally learned what it means. So again, a build pipeline that runs your updates as it throws stuff into the cloud solves this entire area and you never need to worry about it again. Finally, common criteria 4.1 and 5.2, and frankly, much of 1, 2, and 3 all deal with the concept of internal auditability. How do you know what's in production? How do you know that people aren't messing around with production after you deploy it? Well, if you've built the other parts, you can run a tool like Cloud Custodian or anything similar, so you can say that only stuff tagged by our build pipeline is allowed to be run in production, and that Terraform is a complete and accurate statement of our infrastructure, and it's just done. That's it. Easy peasy, SOC 2 squeezy. The vast majority of what's left is related to HR processes like background checks or executive and board of directors stuff, mostly making sure that they're not trying to do a cosplay home edition of the Wolf of Wall Street. So it's not your problem as a DevOps person. So what does this mean? It means that you can use the SOC 2 stick your boss is trying to beat you with as a SOC 2 carrot to make your management let you do the work you know needs to be done. In other words, use the compliance and audit fairy to let you do your job, not keep you from it. So then, SOC 2s and other audits are your friends. Compliance is not a dirty word, and DevOps is in fact the key to it all, just like you already know. And if you need a hand explaining that to anyone at your company or want help getting through to auditors and shaking them until they understand containers, drop me a line. My email's at the bottom of the slides. Thank you.
Wow, that was great. Fast and furious presentation. I love the energy. I feel like I'm ready to go and do some compliance work.
Here.
It's probably the first time I've ever said that in my life as a security person. So I think you brought the energy to the compliance world. Yeah, some great takeaways there. It does make it a lot easier if you leverage some of these DevOps processes and tools to meet your needs and you streamline some of these things, right?
Yep.
Awesome.
And that's the idea. None of this has to be hard. You just have to do the thing you know to do.
Great. Okay, well, that was that session, and I appreciate you joining us. We're going to move on here quickly to the next one. We've got Ashton queued up. See you soon.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
I think I'm already familiar with your work, right? Are you the one doing the interesting things going around on social media?
Yes. Except for I took a few hours off to sleep but my colleague Laura took over.
Okay.
But yeah, that's me. My fingers, I just keep going like this. I'm stretching my fingers.
Okay, you get a break, you get a little bit of a break here, I guess, in a way, but not really, right? It's just like another kind of stress.
I know. I was like, oh, I'm usually my brain is so tired by the end of the day, and I'm like, oh, why am I the last Ignite slot? But so if I do terrible, I'll just blame it on that, right?
Well, you can always blame me, bad host. Okay, so
There you go.
I'll let you do your thing.
All right, awesome. Yeah, so I'm Ashton Rodenizer, Mind's Eye Creative, and like we were just talking about, if you have seen the doodles on Twitter and on Slack, that is me, like I said, except for my colleague Laura, who was helping me a little bit. And yeah, so we're just going to hop right into it. Doodling with purpose. I really want to encourage you to pick up the pen. So let's talk about it. Why would you do this in the first place? This guy named Alan Pavio created a theory. Basically, words and pictures help you connect and interact with knowledge and solidify it into your long-term memory. So having those two together make magic. Just the sheer fact of doodling, like, a scribble on a piece of paper, actually helps you stay focused and can increase your memory retention up to 29%. And my biggest thing that I'm always challenging people is to look at drawing as your best thinking tool, not as like a thing that you admire in a gallery. And there's certainly lots of amazing opportunity to do that. But for today, and I hope when you pick up the pen, you'll use it as your best thinking tool. Use drawing as an action, not as a thing to admire. So we're just going to quickly go through some the elements of visual note-taking or anything around helping you visualize your ideas for yourself or your teams on whiteboards or flip charts. So your first one is lettering. Lettering is like pretty foundational. You want to have lettering that you can actually read that's legible. There's a few samples there or some examples. The next one are bullets. Bullets are really awesome for helping create that hierarchy, show that those supporting details and kind of help create those lists within whatever you're drawing. Use lines. Lines are awesome to help enclose, separate, connect ideas, and you can make them as fancy or as plain as you like. Arrows are really amazing for helping show direction and flow and also help connect ideas. And if you never want to make a wonky arrow again, just follow this simple formula of connecting the dots and making your arrow this way. And when you do that, you can if you create the body of the arrow like that every time, then you can give it some energy and make it any shape you want. Boxes are my absolute favorite drawing element. The speech bubble there at the bottom is probably my #1 favorite, and you'll probably see one in almost every drawing that I do. Boxes are really good for helping separate and enclose ideas as well, or to highlight information. If you want to upgrade your stick person, stick people are amazing and you should totally draw them. But if you want an upgrade, you can move to a star person. So using the arms and the points of the star as the arms and the legs and a circle for the top. When you do that, you can put the arms and legs in many different directions and show energy. And representing people in your drawings are really important because most of the time that's what we're talking about is people and problems and processes. If you really want to make your kind of picture pop off the page a little bit, you can add a little bit of shadows, either gray or a different color. Just think about where your light source is. So my light source is up in the right-hand corner here. So that means that the light is hitting on that backside and then the shadow is sort of falling to the left. So there's different ways that you can do that. And the one over there on the left, you can, color in behind something to also make it look like it's popping. So just a few tips and tricks. The first one to get started is I highly encourage people to take their blank piece of paper and turn it from vertical to horizontal. When we were learning how to do notes in school, or it was just the default, I guess, we just kind of captured everything in a linear way, but our brains actually think more spatial. So by having your page in a horizontal fashion allows you to kind of create and draw those pictures and capture that information so you can think a little bit more spatially. Your brain will thank you for it. At the end of the day, functionality is functionality over pretty. Pretty is great. You can take some of those drawing elements and practice them and make them look really great. But at the end of the day, like I said, it has to be functional, has to be useful for what you're wanting to do. If it's for yourself to remember something, or if you're doing it for a team, you want to be able to have that momentum and use that information. The great thing is when you're drawing something, it really only needs to represent 30% of reality. So you don't need to take, an hour or however long it would take to draw the picture on the left. The guy on the right, which is a different form of a star person, will totally do the trick. You can see that he's a person, he gets the job done. Also, at the end of the day, content is king, so making sure that you capture that information and using those simple drawing tools, but having that strong lettering and capturing the meat or the main points of whatever you're capturing is really awesome too, in terms of sketchnoting or graphic recording. And the amazing thing is that all you really need to do to get started is a blank canvas. So I highly encourage you to pick up a pen, or if you have a device that you can draw on your screen, go for it as well. And that's it. Thank you so much for your time. And I did a little timer, and I think I'm right on time with my 5 minutes. Please follow me on Twitter. That's where I'm the most active. It's mostly pictures of graphic recordings and my kids. So if you want to go over and follow me on there, I would love it. And feel free to, if you have any other questions about this Ignite talk or want to just chat to me about drawing or anything, feel free to message me on Twitter or find me in the Slack channel. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, DevSecCon is also tweeting out these pictures. So if you want to see some examples of how to execute, those are there, and you can have a look. Up next, we got Sammy, one of our very own here at Sneak, and she's going to be sharing with us some information about community. So I'll leave it to you, Sam.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Ron, for the great introduction. Some of you have already seen me on the stream at some point during today. But if you don't know who I am, my name's Sam, and I'm actually the community manager at Sneak. I work with a number of other wonderful humans to make this conference happen, as well as work behind the scenes on the DevSecOps community and the secure developer. And I'm really excited to talk to you today about sort of community. And yes, the rumors are true. Being a part of a community is absolutely amazing. It helps with your personal growth. It helps you to talk about the companies you work with, if you're selling products or services, as well as to grow those teams. So, community can really is the answer for everything. I'm definitely a community junkie. You're all here today, so you must have understood a little bit about the power of community, or not. You just drunk the Kool-Aid and you're waiting to see what happens. Well, hopefully after these next 5 minutes, you'll change your mind. So I am going to spend the next 5 minutes telling you about the amazing things community can do and how to unlock their superpowers. So some of you might have realized that being a great developer or security person or ops is just not enough anymore. If you want to advance in your career, you need to be blogging, speaking at conferences, engaging in social media, committing to open source, and the list goes on. It can actually feel really daunting and overwhelming, and you're probably thinking to yourself, why? Why is my technical ability not enough? Well, the really short answer is a lot of the time the people making decisions about your careers actually never see your code. And you need to ensure that those people are seeing your name and your work in other places. So don't worry and don't panic. There is a silver lining, and I'll talk you through a few ways of how a community can help. First things first, if you're looking to grow your speaking career, communities are amazing for that. Obviously, today we had some amazing speakers all 24 hours. We're almost at 22 hours mark, I think. As well as for the DevSecOps community, we're always looking for great speakers. We have an open call for papers, and a lot of other communities really are looking for people to get involved. So please submit, submit, submit. If the idea of standing in front of a stage in front of 10, 50, 100 people, or virtually in front of thousands puts you into a panic attack, then please don't do it. There are other ways to get involved. But if you're just nervous or you're thinking, like a lot of people say, I just don't know what I would talk about, then a community can definitely help. And please reach out to me on Slack. I'm happy to work with you on this. We run speaker clinics and a whole bunch of other things to try get you involved. And start off small, present your team and then move to maybe a meetup and then on to a conference. The next way we can look at how community involved is actually your personal development. So you've all learned an amazing amount today. But a lot of time, obviously technology is moving so fast that to wait for a book to be published, sometimes it's just too long to wait. But a lot of those people researching those ideas are sharing that content at community events. I think I just lost my slides, but I'll carry on. At community events. So being able to engage with the community allows you to see that content that's going off of it, but I'm back. But also never underestimate the people sitting right next to you, or in this case, virtually. You know, there are some great speakers, don't get me wrong, and we learned a lot today. But I'm sure you had valuable insights to some of the content that was shared, and so did the people next to you. So please jump onto our Slack community, sorry, or chat to the people. They may have the answers you're looking for. The other reason why it's really great to chat to people next to you is I was actually looking at the virtual platform umbrella, and a number of you said that you were here to potentially find a new role. Well, I'm sure I can speak for every hiring manager that is listening right now. If you could avoid looking through 100, 1,000 CVs to find someone that fitted in with your team and had the skills, you'd rather do that. No one likes to hire. So you need to be able to interact with these people, and communities, again, an amazing place to do it. The other reason why it's great is you're not in an interview process, so people have their guard down. And so they're willing to really tell you what it's like to work at the company, rather than the sort of like candy-coated interview process for you to find out that the environment is just not for you. It's not that the company is not great, just, everyone's got an individual thing when they're looking for different roles. And this actually circles back to my original statement on the people that are making decisions about your career don't always actually see your technical ability. So now that I've sold you on community and you think, you know what, Sam, how do I get involved other than today, other than this great 24-hour event, you want to keep engaging, well, I'm going to tell you where to go. So there's a number of different communities out there. Obviously, if you go onto meetup.com, you can find a community for everything. There's the OWASP community. Even some of our speakers today had great communities. I'm obviously biased, and I want you to join the My DevSecOps community. You can go across to mydevsecops.io. You'll be able to find links to the Slack community that some of you are already involved in, as well as all our previous content. A lot of speakers that were on our sessions today have done sessions as well. We have a podcast that comes out once a week, and actually I decided to keep this week's one until after this session, so I'm going to go hit publish now, so that content's just for you guys. And please hop on. Another reason why I love the My DevSecOps community, other than because I run it, is that we were originally always virtual. So it's not a COVID-19 pandemic reason. And the reason why we did that was, one, to be accessible to all of you. So wherever you are in the world, if you don't have a local meetup group to go to, or you can't get there because you have kid runs or work late or whatever it may be, our content we try to make accessible, as well as our speakers. We don't need to wait for them to come into our local area in order to access such great content. So again, it might be selfish, but I say join us. We have, as I said, we've got the community, we've got the conference, and we've got the podcast, and we always have different content coming out. So please pop onto Slack, say hi. I'm Sam on Slack, and I'm at Sammy Hepburn on Twitter. And just really say hi. And hopefully I've convinced you to get involved over and above the 24-hour event. But thank you. And I think that was 5 minutes. Who knows? I've been up for a very long time, so I don't know if I just went crazy. I always hide 1 minion in one of my slides, like secretly, and I was so tired tonight when I was making these slides. I was like, I'm going to put minions everywhere.
You came in at 17 minutes, so it's pretty close. All right, we're gonna head into a quick break, and when we come back, one of the sessions I'm actually most excited to see is we're gonna be having a panel on DevSecOps led by Clint, and we'll be back in a few.
Hi, Simon from Sneak here. At Sneak, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at sneak.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we, since last year, acquired DevSecCon. So at Sneak, it is our absolute privilege to be here, and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application, and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening, and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see these wonderful community coming together. And we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weissopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com, that's VERACODE. We are happy to support DevSecCon24 because we believe application security experts and developers need to come together to secure modern software development. Come visit us at our virtual booth, speak with our AppSec experts about all things relating to secure development, and participate in our password program. Hope to see you there.
Detectify is a scalable web app security service that automates thousands of security tests to help you write safer code and release secure applications. Detectify's security scans are non-intrusive and can run safely in staging and production environments. Instead of performing version tests, Detectify checks your app using real exploits, simulating a hacker attack with harmless payloads. The service is continually updated with new security tests thanks to Detectify Crowdsource, a global community of security researchers. Detectify equips you with the tools you need to fix critical security issues. Getting started with Detectify only takes a couple of minutes. Just verify domain ownership, run your first scan, and access your first security report. So what are you waiting for? Fix vulnerabilities, build your security skill set, and release safer apps with Detectify. Go hack yourself and start your free trial at detectify.com.
Hi, this is Brandon Eyring with Zero North. I lead the sales development team. Thanks for joining us at DevSecCon24, the event. It's definitely a cool place for leaders in the development and security communities to get together, and the speakers and the topics are right on point. While you're here, feel free to stop by the Zero North virtual booth, get some information on the solutions that we offer, but don't take our word for it. Come see a demo for yourself and enter to win a cool prize. Thanks, and we'll see you there.
Hi, DevSecCon. My name is Heidi Waterhouse, and I work for Launch Darkly. We're a company that does feature management or feature flags as a service. We have a virtual booth here, so if you'd like to stop by and see how that works out, we'd love to talk to you about it. I want to say that as you're thinking about security, I want you to think about how feature flags could actually make your security more effective and more cost effective, because I know that we're all thinking about how to do more with less. And one of the ways to do that is to make it really easy to control your features at a modular level. So stop by and talk to us about that, and we'll be happy to see you. Have a great conference, and I hope you get a lot of wonderful content out of it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Fernando Cardozo. I'm Solutions Architect at Trend Micro, a global cybersecurity company and leader in cloud workloads protection. Join me on DevSecCon24 on June 15 for a 15-minute talk as I will outline the importance of cloud security posture management for cloud service and compliance. Demonstrate how you can quickly set up a CSPM solution and introduce it into your infrastructure as a code pipeline using security plugins in the VS Code or in the CI/CD pipeline. You don't want to miss it. Watch the live DevSecCon Conference 24 or click in the Trend Micro virtual booth to see our schedule for talks. Let's help organization with the DevSecOps culture. See you there.
Hey DevSecCon, what's up? My name is Idan Tendler, CEO and co-founder of Bridge Group. We help security engineers automate their public cloud security by streamlining remediation throughout the CI/CD. With our platform, you could scan for misconfigurations from your infrastructure as code to your runtime, but we also provide the fixes. So for each misconfiguration, you will find the fix delivered as code as pull request in the platform. We're super proud to be part of this event and to contribute back to DevSecCon and to the community. Come visit us at our virtual booth and also at bridgecrew.io, and you have to try the platform. It's for free. Have a wonderful day.
Hey, what's up, DevSecCon? Scott Gerlach, CSO and co-founder from StackHawk here. Big thanks to DevSecCon for letting us help sponsor. StackHawk is a dynamic application security testing tool built for developers. And when I say built for developers, I mean you can run it on your laptop, like your linter. You can run it in CI/CD. You can run it in staging. You can run it in pre-prod. You run it anywhere you want. We want you to be able to identify, find, and fix those problems before they become vulnerabilities. Please check us out at stackhawk.com. I hope your DevSecCon online is great. Thank you to DevSecCon for hosting a virtual event. It's awesome to be able to connect with our peers during social distancing time. I hope you find some great talks today and learn a bunch. When you're all done, check out stackhawk.com, sign up for early access, and get some scanning running. Have a great day.
Hi, Simon from Sneak here. At Sneak, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at sneak.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we since last year acquired DevSecCon. So at Sneak, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see this wonderful community coming together. And we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weissopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com, that's VERACODE. We are happy to support DevSecCon24 because we believe application security experts and developers need to come together to secure modern software development. Come visit us at our virtual booth, speak with our AppSec experts about all things relating to secure development, and participate in our password program. Hope to see you there.
Detectify is a scalable web app security service that automates thousands of security tests to help you write safer code and release secure applications. Detectify's security scans are non-intrusive and can run safely in staging and production environments.
There we go. We are live. Gosh, hard to know where to start with introducing you. I think Most recently, I saw you when you summed up a lot of the talks that were given at a recent conference. I think AppSec California, you had a thread on that, where you were summing up a lot of talks there. And I just saw you joined R2C, which
yes, I did.
Incredibly exciting. Congratulations on that.
Yeah, thanks so much. Yeah, what you were referring to before is I thought it would be a good idea to watch all 44 AppSec Cali 2019 talks and write a summary of all of them. About a third of the way through, I realized I'd made a horrible mistake, but I had committed too much by then, so I just finished it.
Well, I appreciate you finishing it because you saved us all a lot of time, and also your newsletter saves us all a lot of time. So also appreciate the work you're doing there.
Oh, thanks so much.
All right, well, I'll let you get to it. I know you have a panel here, and you guys have a lot of things to discuss, so I'll drop for now.
Great, thank you. Hey, everyone.
That was a fun effect.
Yeah, so a little background to the people watching. So today I'm fortunate to be joined by a number of esteemed security professionals and DevSecOps experts. Some of them were doing it before it was cool or before it was even had a name. But yeah, so basically what we're going to be doing is first, we have a couple of prompts that we're going to start off with, but we were hoping to spend most of the time answering questions from you all for whatever is most immediately useful and relevant. So yeah, so please chime in on the chat. And we got a couple of questions from Twitter. Feel free to do that as well. But yeah, let's just go around and introduce ourselves. Yeah, Tanya, you are most directly next to me. So do you want to go first?
Yeah, I'd love to. Hi, I'm Tanya Jenka. I am also known as She Hacks Purple, and I run a security training company called shehackspurple.dev, and I am a giant nerd at large on the internet. I feel like that's pretty accurate.
Yeah, it's truth. Yeah, Doug, would you like to go next?
Oh man, I gotta follow Tanya. My name is Doug DePerry. I'm currently the director of defense at Datadog. Been with Datadog about 3.5, going on 4 years now. Was head of ProdSec there, and wore various other hats. My background is mostly in security consulting, penetration testing, that sort of stuff. Yeah, happy to be here.
Cool. And Zane?
Sure. Hey. Hi, everyone. I'm Zane Lackey. I'm the co-founder and the CISO of Signal Sciences. And prior to that, I was the CISO at Etsy and built and ran the security program there.
Cool. Thanks. And Justine?
Hi, everyone. I'm Justine. I am currently a manager of an offensive security team at Apple. And my background is mostly in breaking things as a security consultant for most of my career, and also have spent some time doing AppSec and working a bit on the building side of things as well.
Very cool. And yeah, hey, my name's Clint. I'm currently the head of security research at a company called R2C. We're building sort of a lightweight static analysis tool that hopefully you won't hate, unlike many other tools. We've had previous panels and people talk negatively about them. I don't know, inside joke.
We just started, Clint. Give it a minute. Give it a minute. We'll get to that, I promise.
Yeah, but before this, I was a research director and technical director at NCC Group, doing pen testing of all the things, but also helping companies scale security and DevSecOps security automation, things like that. I also have a newsletter, tldrsec.com, where I read a bunch of things and condense the best stuff down in one place. But yeah, so let's get started. So one thing that I think many people have challenges with is, in every organization, there's many things you could do, right? There's tens of things that seem like a reasonable use of time. And so I was curious for you all, when you're orienting in an organization, like what's your sort of thought process or methodology for determining, of the 50 things we could do, what are maybe like the top few that make sense to do first? And also, what's your criteria for selecting if you want to do that? Or maybe it's like almost always we should do this. Yeah, pretty open-ended.
I don't know how we're supposed to decide who starts, because usually at a panel, there's like
you're sitting on this.
You just kind of like shake. You're like, I have the mic. It's my turn.
Yeah. How about Tanya? You start. I'll try to hand off. Like, I guess use your eyes to be like, I have something to say. And
I'll do this.
Yeah. if you can smize, then I'll pass it to you.
Okay. So I usually start with, I look at if they have policies and standards, because if they don't have any guidance whatsoever for developers, then that's probably a problem. And then I also try to get a copy of all of the previous tests that they've done, forever how long, with however many tools, and then I crunch all the data because I enjoy that. And then I make like a top 3 of bad stuff, and then we try to knock that bad stuff out and start measuring metrics in a better, more effective way, see what's working. So it's like, let's show my value immediately by trying to knock down these 3 things. And 2 of the 3 things are always lots of cross-site scripting, and everyone is allergic to security headers. So you could even probably just start with that almost anywhere. And work from there. But yeah, like I want to get metrics. I want to have some sort of policy of some sort, and then just top 3.
Nice. I like it a lot. Yeah, Doug, what about you?
I have something to say. So I like to, or, you know, I always kind of recommend like just hearts and minds, talking with people, raising awareness in a, you know, as general a way as possible, right? So talk to high level folks, VPs, directors, team leads, as well as low level folks, you know, ICs, interns, you know, whatever the case may be. Just try to get a good cross section of the company or engineering as much as you can. Try to understand the culture as much as you can, and then, you know, I kind of do try to find where, you know, what skeletons are in what closets, and try to just prioritize based on what I think is going to get us first, right? Like based on what those gaps are, and then go for it, depending on, you know, depending on the culture, depending on the needs and the resources you have available. Like all those things play in a very strange dynamic, no matter where you are. So I think it's you really have to kind of do your homework first and figure out what you're looking at, and then ruthlessly prioritize and just keep chipping away at that list.
Yeah. Do you have any tips on uncovering skeletons in closets? I'm curious.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's talking to people. That's one of the big, like, you know, just that's the simple question of like, what keeps you up at night, or what scares you the most, right? And if they've never, you know, if it's a newer company or a smaller company, they've never really like spoken too much to security folks. A lot of people have a lot of thoughts, you know, it's surprisingly so. So I find that to be very effective, just doing interviews essentially when you first get there.
Nice, definitely. Zane?
Yeah, I would second what.
Oh, sorry, Justine.
Go ahead, Zane.
No, Justine.
No, go for it. We can all do the eyes.
I was just gonna say, yeah, I totally agree with both Tanya and Doug. I think those things are really, really important, and I think one of the things I like to start with is, what is the sort of high level threat model? What are the things that we actually care about? What would make us have a really bad day? And then kind of drill down from there and say, okay, well, we care about these things, so let's go drill into what are the fundamentals around those things, and what are the things that we could do to harden that up. And I think prioritization is one of the hardest things, and figuring out as soon as possible what is risky, what you think is high risk, what you think is lower risk, what you care about is really important to get started.
Yeah, absolutely. I can round it out here of just kind of building off of what everybody said. I think, you know, regardless of whether you're coming into a big established security program already, or whether you're the first security hire, or whether you're a consultant being asked to give your opinion on a security program, I think a lot of the first steps that folks have really found to be successful, and I know I have in my past, is, you know, talking with the rest of leadership, whether that's technical leadership or business leadership, and saying like, look, I'm sure you have had negative experiences with security in the past. This is the style of security program that we want to build here, or like what will make security effective here is if security is here to help enable the business actually deliver on what it wants to deliver on. So, you know, that is kind of the top level goal of security, and really having that communication from the beginning. So then you can go have all of these great different pieces that Justine and Tanya and Doug mentioned of, you know, where are the skeletons in the closet? What is your organizational threat model that's keeping you up at night? What are you thinking about from a app or API wide perspective? But starting from that real place of saying, look, if security is going to be successful, it's got to enable everybody to move at the speed that they want to move at. Otherwise, it just gets routed around.
Yeah, totally. I like that a lot. And I hear that again and again from many people at different companies who have sort of forward-thinking security programs, where I think there's been this strategic shift from security being the gatekeepers and the naysayers to being like, okay, how do we empower people? How do we enable the business? And I've heard this theme from a bunch of other talks today. So it's nice to see sort of as an industry, we're like, oh, we should maybe be more likable.
Maybe you don't say no all the time. People actually ask you on how to improve stuff. It's amazing.
It's crazy. It's almost like human psychology matters. So actually, one thing that Tanya said before that I thought would be interesting to come back to is this idea of like eliminating classes of vulnerabilities. So I think it's easy to sort of get into this, whack-a-mole state where you're just like, find a bug, fix it, find a bug, fix it, but that's not really scalable. There's many more people writing code and, a small team trying to defend it. So I'm curious if any of you could share an example of like a vulnerability class that you eliminated at a company, or sort of how you were able to sort of like systematically raise the security bar, either by eliminating a vulnerability class or just something that's better than sort of a point in time fix. Yeah, I think I saw some slightly widened eyes from Tanya. So.
I wanted to give other people a chance, but then I also wanted to make fun of myself, so it was like a hard call there. So I've worked at two places where we chose a specific vulnerability class. One was cross-site scripting and one was like injection as a whole. And I know that like cross-site scripting is sort of like a type of injection, but I feel it's special because it's in the browser and just so popular. It's just a popular thing for us to code. And so one of the things we did was we created like a deep dive video, like a lunch and learn, back when you could be in the same room as another human. And, I taught all the devs, but then we recorded it. And it was about like what the actual risk is. So it turned out a lot of the devs thought cross-site scripting is actually just pop-up boxes and it just makes your app look silly. And so when I explained the actual things you could do with cross-site scripting and also stuff I had done to their apps with it, they're like, oh, that seems really bad. And then explained how to find it and how they could totally find it and bust it. And then explained like, now let's make unit tests so that never comes back. And like, we made kind of a game out of it and like, oh, I crushed this and high fives and other things. And then started testing for it, right? And started reinforcing that. And like, if you did find it, we're gonna make a unit test to make sure it doesn't accidentally tumble back in. And I found like supporting them with code samples, supporting them with like, OWASP creates this cross-site scripting filter evasion cheat sheet. So I gave that to them and showed them how to go test for it and what to look for in the code. And so then they're like, we got this, Tanya, what's next? Right? And kind of enabled them, if that makes sense. I also gave them scanners like Zap. And Zap's not perfect, right? Like if you have someone like a developer that's not super security, they haven't done a lot of security testing, that's not their job, but they could still find lots of stuff with it. And I found they did pick up a bit of it. And then that meant it was work I didn't have to do. And I like that. So those are some of the things I've done, but I would love to hear what everyone else has done because I'm secretly writing down all your notes so I can look smarter.
I can toss one out there on just the less of the how and more of kind of what this actually gives you, which is when you start to think about eliminating vuln classes, the way that that I've always done this at scale and that I've seen this done at scale is really you focus on, for whatever some of the common frameworks that your engineering teams are using, whatever, you find the safe ways to do that and you make that the default inside the framework, so that then what you find is, okay, if we make this the default, it doesn't mean people will never opt out of the default, but it means now when we're going to go do code review or deep dive into something, we're only kind of grepping in on the areas where there's somebody actually opting out of the built-in protections. And it means, in practice, it means once you first turn this sort of stuff on, it means you've got a huge backlog of things to go take a look at in the past, but you're stopping the bleeding, and yet going forward, it means the amount of things that you need to review, it drops by orders of magnitude, because now you can just look for people opting out of the default. And you call it very, when they're opting out of the default, you call it very obvious things like unsafely handle user input in all caps. So A, it's real easy to grep for, and B, people know what they're doing is not just, oh, I'm going to turn off this one thing, but put entire system in danger by handling this wrong. When you call that function, you know that you're putting the entire system in danger.
Dangerously insecure.
Yes, exactly. I will be paying the bug bounty out of my salary as a function. Yeah.
Yeah, one thing I really like about that approach is it sort of flips the concept on its head from doing very sort of like complicated, potentially time and resource intensive analysis to something that's much more simple. It's basically like you're not doing crazy interprocedural data flow analysis. You're just like, hey, I know that this is secure, so are you doing the thing I expect you to? Like, are you rolling your own crypto versus using the crypto that we gave you? Because you should probably just use the nice things we gave you and don't opt out of it. And that's just computationally much easier to check for.
Yeah, it's easier to automate too, right? And then like that whole process becomes, well, automated, right? And it's much less work for anybody, like Tanya was saying, and that it kind of just solves itself after a little while with a minimal amount of work, upfront work.
Yeah, totally. Any final thing you want to chime in, Justine?
Just that, I mean, I completely agree, and I think that this focusing on classes of vulnerabilities is a great way to go. And one of the other side benefits is that it lets your security team have some wins. Like it can be hard to find wins. And when you can actually say, look, we did it. We killed a class of vulnerabilities. That is a great feeling.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, actually, Justine, one thing I was curious about is, so in your red team role, oftentimes you're communicating with management and upper leadership. And based on my conversations with a couple of different companies, one trend, depending on the culture of the company, is that it can be difficult to get leadership buy-in into sort of bigger security efforts. Like, hey, like this is going to pay off hugely long-term, but we need like a couple of months to work on it, or maybe longer. So I'm curious if you have any like tips and strategies when you're trying to get buy-in from leadership, or perhaps even just explaining the importance of certain security things. Because security people can talk with other security people, but that's not our job in isolation. So yeah, I'm curious because you do that a lot in your role. So yeah, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are lots of different aspects to it. I think one of the ways that I see offensive security being very, very useful is to encourage the behaviors that we're looking for, or to better articulate the risks that we're seeing. And just like Tanya was saying, when you go and actually show someone an exploit, or really explain to them what can be done with a given vulnerability, it changes everything. The lights turn on, and it's all of a sudden people are excited and encouraged to see a reason to fix a lot of the things that you're sending their way, and actually want to do that instead of feeling like it's just a hassle, kind of minor thing. It's going to pop some alert box. You don't understand why that's a problem, and how it fits into the rest of the ecosystem. I think that's another thing, is that we often look at vulnerabilities in a very small scope. We say there's a vulnerability in one application, in one system in the company. But if you look at it from the red team perspective, you're often going towards a goal, something that we really care about. And you may use different vulnerabilities in different applications to get to that goal. And it helps you understand why your application that may not do very much is actually still important to secure, because it can be a stepping stone to other things that we really care about. So I think it can really help articulate both to executives and to general employees at the company the importance of security. And then I think convincing executives that offensive security is something they should do is a whole different set of things you have to think about. And a lot there depends on trust and being extremely trustworthy.
Yeah, definitely. And along the value of different exploit chains, I remember you gave an example once about how there was like a low severity issue in one app and then a low severity issue in another app, and there were like 3 or 4 of those, and you're like, but actually I can get to like sensitive user data because of this combination of things that in isolation, we feel is not that risky. So I thought that was an interesting lesson.
Yeah.
Zane, did I see you about to say something?
Oh, this was the blinking twice for help. It was 3 things, and then, yeah, sorry. No, I strongly agree with that, right? I think this is kind of the interesting thing from offensive security side of things, right? Is you learn how in practice, it's very rarely just straight from point A to point B in terms of actually compromising real data inside of a real environment. It's often point A to point F to point T to point S to eventually to point B or C. And you're chaining together a million lows and mediums and an occasional high that's on a internal system to eventually get to your actual target there. And I think that's why the two sides really complement each other so well, and why the really high functioning security programs are the ones that use the two to constantly reinforce the other, right? As feedback loops for the other of, hey, we think we just wiped out this vulnerability class. Fantastic. Let's have our red team actually try to find some of those in areas where there might have been edge cases. Now let's use that to influence our blue team to say, hey, what alert popped up on our systems, on our monitoring systems, when someone actually found that and discovered it? And you'll find along the way, oh, there are a million edge cases that didn't inherit that new framework. You didn't actually have a bunch of alerts firing when somebody, when someone actually started exploiting something. And it allows you feedback loops to really up-level your security programs over time.
Yep. I actually have a very recent, like within the last week or so, real life story about this. We had we have a offensive team at Datadog, and we asked them to test one of our endpoint security. It's not something that's currently rolled out, but something that we were kind of looking at, and they identified a number of gaps, and we understood like what they were doing. They wrote down like almost stream of consciousness, like what they were doing and how they were doing it. And we're in the process of kind of writing up all the results here. But even like the preliminary results means we have to go back to the drawing board with our endpoint security solution, right? Like, because we know the gaps that they identified are just not going to be able to be handled by this piece of software. So like, it generated a lot more work for us, but it's a great thing, right? Like that's exactly what they should be doing, and that's exactly the type of feedback that we need to, up our game and take it to the next level. It was a really, really great story. When I heard that from one of my team leads, I was so excited. I'm like, look, it's working. This is great.
Yeah, I think that you both bring to light something that's super important for any offensive security teams out there. Is you really need to look at yourself as almost like you are a data information team, and you're feeding that into all of these other teams at the company. And there's many, but you really need to look at yourself as that. It's not just, you sort of have a vulnerability that you provide, but there's tons of interesting data that you can gather from the attacker's perspective that you can share with the rest of the company.
I like it. I'm just like agreeing and nodding and being like, all the things, yes.
Agreed, same. Yeah, did you want to say anything, Tanya? Or?
To add slightly to this, once you have these other 3 brilliant people, you have all of this information about things that are wrong. If you're still having trouble getting management to sign off on fixing these things, I like to send them a risk acceptance document, which is stuff I made up when I first started in InfoSec because no one would do anything. So I said, I don't have the authority to sign off on this risk. So I need you to sign it. And then I just wrote out basically all the things I just talked about, like the real business things that could happen if we don't fix these things, etc. And then of course, everyone ever refuses to sign that document. And I'm like, well, then I guess you would need to give me the authority to fix these things, because otherwise you are accepting. And they're like, damn it, Tanya. Yeah.
Yeah, I really love that idea. And then because they wouldn't sign it, then they gave you sort of like official approval, and then you could take that from like a very senior manager person to like every other team, and you're like, here's the scroll that says, you know, senior director demands fix.
Yes, and also if there ever is a major breach and you have in writing you basically begging for permission to fix these things and upper management refusing, no one's going to really hang you out to dry on that. I have used things like that when we have had problems. Not going to say where, but it's been helpful to have things in writing repeatedly throughout my information security career. Everyone's laughing because they're like,
we're all begging 3 times for that one.
So we've been chatting about a bunch of things that people should do, and I was curious about flipping that. Like, what are some things that you think security teams shouldn't do, either because they're not a good use of time, or they're counterproductive, or yeah, like what would you advise people not to do? As high level or as tactical as you want.
I would say making pen testing, security testing, a gate to push something live almost never is a good idea. It just puts the security team in a really tough position. Pen testing is not gonna be the most efficient way to actually secure your application. It's helpful to kind of, you know, get a data point, but it's definitely just one piece of a much larger program. And I think using it as sort of a gate is not usually the right thing to do. There's probably cases where it is, but yeah, usually I think it could really burn out a security team and not be the best experience or the most useful output for the development teams.
Definitely. Doug, I think you had...
Oh yeah, I gave you the high sign there. Yeah, I should come up with a new one. That's kind of, I used that twice already. Don't mess with the culture. Don't mess with developer workflows. Don't be creepy. We had this thing where we were like doing like Slack keywords and you know, like, oh, MD5, what are you talking about MD5? What's that? How can I help you? You know, like that sort of thing. It just ended up being super creepy. Don't do that. What else did I say? Yeah, like you really have to like work within your culture of the company at the time that you're trying to do this thing, and you have to work within the workflows of your developer. Like, you know, you have to use their IDs, use their tools, like, again, like work with them, like live off the land, like do the same things that they're doing, and you will have a much better time than if you're trying to force them to some brand new workflow or like an extra step to do a thing. You know, if you make the secure thing the easy thing to do or the faster way to do, you know, a thing, then, you know, like the acceptance is easy at that point. Or if you could even say like, oh, hey, if you expose the secret in source code, or you accidentally committed the secret, well, you have to roll it now, right? And that's a pain in the butt for you to go to all these systems and roll all these secrets. So, you know, get commit hooks. Well, this will like give you a little warning before you commit that, and that will prevent you from doing that. So even though that is maybe an extra step and an extra thing that a developer may need to install, it saves them the potential for a ton of work and a ton of disruption. And so like you've taken this problem and found a shortcut to prevent it. And it's, even though that's an extra step, or it might be like an extra thing that needs to happen, it's still a recipe for success.
Yeah. I can toss one on here of, I think something that's historically been very challenging for security teams is to be able to really think strategically and recognize that not everything needs to be perfect. And in fact, you're going to lose some battles. And a lot of times it's going to make a lot of sense to lose a battle to win the wider war of having an effective security program. A story that I know the fellow panelers have heard me tell multiple times, because we've all gotten to share a bunch of stuff a lot of times, but I think is very worthy of this point right here, was I was talking with a Fortune 500 CISO, and I asked them like, hey, how are you thinking about cloud? How are you thinking about DevOps, you know, digital transformation, whatever buzzword you want to call it. And they stopped me and they're like, oh yeah, we're not doing that here. Like, I'm not allowing that. That's not secure. And my reaction was, yep, Tanya is pretty much exactly like yours. Right? which was like, okay, that's a bold career choice. All right. And I got to meet with the CIO afterwards, and I asked them, I'm like, hey, I'm curious, like every CIO I talk to is all about digital transformation and cloud and DevOps and all these different pieces. And they're like, oh yeah, it's extremely important here. We have 50 apps in the cloud today. We're going to have 200 by the end of the year, and we're going to have several thousand next year. And I looked at them and they're like, oh, you talked to the CISO. Yeah, we just don't tell them what's going on anymore because they try to say no to everything. And I think it's the ultimate example. I mean, I'm sure anyone with a security role or title who's watching this right now just winced as badly as we all did when we heard that story. But I think it's the perfect example of this, right? Of security trying to fight tooth and nail to say no to everything until everything is, perfect and secured. And the rest of the business says, that's great, but we're going to go on doing our job. And when you can get your act together, we'll come talk to you again. But until then, we're going to go get our jobs done. And so I really think for, what can security do wrong? It's trying to be a gatekeeper on everything rather than enabling folks to move.
Mine's going to build off of Zane's because I have seen a lot of places where they have created bottlenecks, not like maliciously, but for instance, we're going to do the partnership model. We heard Netflix does it and it's super cool. And we're going to pair our AppSec person with 50 different projects and think that they're going to magically be able to handle that. And so then everything's waiting on this person all the time, and their inbox looks like someone aimed a fire hose at it. and then like everyone's pissed. And it's like, oh, can you see how that doesn't scale? Like if you have an AppSec team with 14 people on it, you totally can do that. But a lot of AppSec teams are like the size of this box, like one person, not even as big as the whole box where you see all 5 of us. And so it's like, yeah, if you have 100 teams, you can't have one AppSec person service all the projects that they're doing. Like that's not reasonable. So you have to find processes that actually work with what everyone else is doing and make sure you can scale them, or you need to calm down. Figure out some better plan. Because then they will do what they did with Sam, where they just go around you. We're like, thanks for your input. Bye.
Yeah, I think having the organizational trust that people come to you, ideally they come to you and tell you things that you want to know. Zane has a funny story about that we might get to at some point. But at the very least, they don't actively avoid you, I think is good. One thing I quickly wanted to build on what Doug was saying is, I totally agree that I think making the secure way the easy default is the best way to do it. But I almost want, this is based on some chats with friends at Netflix and a couple of other companies who said, like, it's great that it's very easy in the default, but if you can even go further than that to make it even like easier to do than the normal way, then it's like, well, of course I'm going to do it because like I get telemetry out of the box for free. Maybe this secure wrapper is like more performant. It does like automatic service discovery securely with other microservices. Like basically, can you bundle other useful functionality in there for free that developers get that they want anyway? Maybe like DOS protection or like more robustness. Basically, there's like maybe 10 attributes that developers care about in addition to security. And if you can like make it just even better than the normal way, let alone the same, that's an easy way to get buy-in. Because it's like, oh yeah, this is even better than what I was doing before. Like, of course I'm going to do that.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, I'm just borrowing it from other people. But
that's
I feel
okay.
like that idea a lot.
It's called knowledge.
I go from first principles only. Yeah, so I wanted to quickly go to some questions we got from Twitter before this. So David Scribonia asked, what is your favorite pragmatic, that is bang for your buck, DevSecOps practice or hack? And he referenced something John Melton did where he had like a script to alert on new routes being added to an API as a way to monitor attack surface. But yeah, your favorite bang for your buck, DevSecOps practice or hack?
Zane goes first?
No, I was pointing to you. I was pointing to the Twitter.
Yeah, Tony.
As soon as I figured out you could have more than one pipeline for the same app, I was like, oh, I'm going to do all the crap. And so like you can have one pipeline that releases your code, but then you can have another one on that same app. And then you can just run all the slow stuff that no one on the dev team or ops team wants to. They're like, Tanya, we do not have time for your crap SaaS scan. But it's like, yeah, but I could just like kick that off once in a while in the background and not annoy anyone. So once I figured out like, oh, I can put like, for instance, secret scanning and like some SCA, let's say, in my release pipeline or something else. But then I'm like, oh, I want to do like in-depth, like long, slow stuff. Because I still want to do that, but I don't want to manually do that. That's boring. I had a job where I had to manually do each. I quit that job. And so like if I could create a pipeline that will like run, you know, my DAS scanner and this and that, and like they're dumb, they're not as smart as if you're there running it, but I could just come in on Monday and dig through lots of stuff. I'm like, yeah. I like it when I don't have to do the boring stuff.
Totally.
I was going to say, like, I don't know that I'd even call it static analysis. I'd maybe call it like pattern matching, you know, just like a basic regex, and Clint, try to restrain yourself, but you know, just a regex based code pattern matching. Like look for known bad patterns in your org. You know there are some, right? You can find 5 or 6 of those and just get those into your development pipeline or your coding pipeline, CI/CD, whatever the proper term is there. I'm just going stream of consciousness now. Look out. Like you can get a lot of bang for your buck in that way. And then also, I think just from the people point of view, like I know this question was probably focused more on the technical side of things, but the softer side of things, general awareness, sending out a newsletter, giving a presentation, just like anything that raises your overall like visibility within the organization. And then even on the technical side, anything that gives you additional visibility to what's happening, you know, on your networks, in your app, that sort of thing. Log all the things, sort it out later, right? So visibility in both sections of that it can be incredibly helpful.
Yeah, I'll build one small thing off of Doug's there, because that's where I was going as well, is around the visibility piece. I think the best bang for your buck that you can do as far as DevSecOps and whatever that means to everybody is getting security visibility, not just in front of security people, but in front of the development teams and DevOps teams. Because no matter how fast your security team is scaling and your security program is scaling, the engineering organization is scaling 10 times faster. And so like you're never going to keep up. And in fact, you're getting further behind every day. And the only way you actually scale a security program in an org going through DevOps and cloud and all these different changes is by getting security capabilities in front of the development teams and the DevOps teams in a way that they can actually consume, not just blinding them with here's a 50-page PDF of false positives. That's not, that doesn't count. Like you have to get visibility in front of them that they can actually use.
Mm-hmm. That kind of ties in with what I think Tanya was saying, you know, one of the first kind of points that we were making there, you know, as far as like, it's not just a pop-up box that makes it look silly. Like these are all the people attacking you right now. Oh,
yeah, exactly.
Light bulb moment. Sure.
Yeah. Justine, did you want to add anything? Or? I didn't think I saw the eyes, but I just wanted to give you the opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not coming up with something technical, but I have something Zane brought up before, small hacks, like, for example, having a custom logger that you have everyone use. And when they accidentally log a credit card number, you replace that with, this is why we can't have nice things. And then they go and they see that in their logs and they know both that they made the mistake. You've also protected yourself from logging things. Just small things like that. I think someone mentioned something before about just having these visual reminders of like, let's just rename this function across our entire, you know, and all of our custom library. Let's rename it to unsafe, never use this. And, you know, like that kind of thing. I think those small things can be helpful.
This is why we can't have nice things. That's like
Yeah, I love that.
perfect thing to write.
For some reason, there's a lot of people with a credit card number. This is why we can't have nice things. It's a vanity one, I guess. Yeah, I just wanted to
vanity credit card number.
Yeah, it's like a vanity license plate. You guys have heard of it, right?
No, yeah, I got you. Yeah.
Credit card number 1.
I just wanted to tag on a few things. Like I totally agree with Doug about looking for like known bad things in terms of, hey, like eval, shell exec, like things that are like this turning off TLS cert verification. Like you don't necessarily need to know a lot of context around the code to know that like this is maybe a bad thing. And then to shamelessly call out something from Zane's Black Hat talk a few years ago that I really liked is not just necessarily.
There's one person who liked it. That's great.
There's one view on YouTube, and I feel very honored that
there are dozens of us.
But I thought it was very very insightful. Where it's like you don't necessarily have to find like, oh, this is a vulnerability. Sometimes as a security team, you just want visibility, where you maybe have like a code base is responsible for accessing like your most sensitive PII. And you might want to see like, oh, when are new repos starting to use that library that lets them talk to the sensitive PII? Because, oh, this is now like an interesting attack service, or this repo didn't used to have crypto, but now it does. So like, this is kind of interesting. Or like, what are all the code repos doing shell exec? Or like, we have this specific way to do auth-n or auth-z. Are there repos where that's happening inconsistently, or maybe not at all, that we would expect to because it's internet facing or something like that? So like all of these factors are not necessarily a vulnerability, but I think like having maybe continuous Slack notifications in the AppSec room about like some of this like security relevant things happening, I think is very interesting.
Yeah.
So yeah. Anyone, okay, about to move to the next audience thing. Any, okay.
I was just going to say, I can't imagine being on an AppSec team that had a Slack channel, because it's always been just me at almost every place I've worked. Almost every place I've worked, I'm like, hi, I'm the AppSec team.
I mean,
so I'm just like, oh my God, I covet that idea.
You could create your own Slack instance for your company and just message yourself and be like, yeah, me. Sounds lonely when I say it out loud.
So next question, huh?
So quickly vamping to the next question. So this question is from Barbara. She'd be curious to know your views on where to draw the line in responsibility. Sort of where do you split that between development teams and the security team? So there's some trade-off between allowing full autonomy and providing security in a self-service mode versus having a central measuring and maintaining of an adequate security state. So it's probably a spectrum, but yeah, curious to hear your own thoughts.
Mm-hmm. Who's blinking the most? Who's going first?
Yeah, right. I'll go because I saw this question on Twitter and Slack, something like that. I thought it was a really good question. I thought it was interesting. And again, like when it's kind of like a very broad set of constraints here, right? So like I hate that, my mind always goes immediately to, well, it depends, but it kind of does depend, right? Depends on the type of organization you're in, so Datadog is a very engineering heavy, culture, and very, like obviously this is our product, and ton of engineers who use the product and provide a lot of feedback to each other, right? And so in that particular environment, it becomes, there's so much code being written, there's so much engineering work being done. As Zane said earlier, like there's no possible way for the security team to catch up, in a more legacy context. And so you have to kind of rely on providing tools and awareness and general security knowledge to the rest of the org. So you have to like lean on them a little bit more than you would in maybe a company with a different set of cultural norms. And so it's I think it also changes over time as well, right? So maybe as the company is smaller, you need a larger team, and then that security team kind of eventually maybe branches out, does an embedding sort of thing with specific development teams, and then maybe you have a number of advisors sort of thing that are providing the tools, techniques, like act as the the final arbiter of various security decisions, or they do a lot of the architectural design work, that sort of thing. And again, in a very mature program, you can have developers that take on much more of the responsibility with just the wise old graybeard there providing advice from on high. It really all depends, but that's a couple of things that I've thought about.
Yeah, I think I can add on a little bit there. Like, I think it's a good question, and it's a tricky question because at its core, it's really a political question more than a technical one, right? And I think you've got some organizations that there's one end of the spectrum, like Doug mentioned, where it's very tech focused, startup sort of company that like the engineering teams totally run the show, and security can kind of advise on that. And then there's other organizations with it's a financial services that's heavily regulated, where security has to sign off on everything, even if they don't want to, because of regulatory and compliance needs. I think most organizations find themselves somewhere between those two, and that's why it's really tricky. Is that the thing I would encourage you to think about there, if you find yourself between those two kind of goalposts, is you optimize for what is going to politically work best inside your organization. In some, it's going to be really embedding with the application teams or DevOps teams or the engineering teams. In others, it's going to be security is a more central service that other ones kind of come to and talk to. But it's kind of in the sense of not trying to maintain the illusion of control and then everyone goes around you. Like, I think the thing for most organizations as they're going through cloud and DevOps and digital transformation is they're changing the way that they create and deliver software and technology. And security's got to change along with that. And so this was fuzzy to begin with. It's getting more fuzzy right now. And I think the challenge for most organizations, not that this really answers your question or solves it, but so much as everyone's dealing with the same challenge. And the ones who are doing it successfully are the ones who are recognizing that security is going to have to change as part of this, and finding what end of that spectrum works best inside your organization is the ones that actually really find success and that kind of new home for security.
Yeah, I'd also say that, yeah, I completely agree. It's a real tricky question, and the lines are just getting more and more blurry, which maybe that's what's supposed to happen. We're supposed to kind of blend together. But I do think there are certain functions that benefit from being a centralized function. One of them being defense. So the people that are managing the alerts coming in from all the systems, that are figuring out how to write new alerts, that are figuring out how to tune detection systems, that are figuring out how to handle huge log pipelines. Like, these aren't things you want your entire engineering team to have to refigure out over and over again, especially when it's not in their area of expertise. So I think that there are some functions that are really better suited to being more centralized. But when it comes to especially application security, I think that blend is kind of where it should be, kind of where we don't. I also always try to think of security as trusted advisors. So we will give you all the information that we can to help you make the right decision, because it's your product and your thing that you're pushing out there. So that may be one kind of fuzzy line that you could look at.
I find often, so I do a lot of consulting, quite often people will call me in and they want to create a policy so they can walk around and whack people on the head with it. And I've explained how that will get them not invited to parties. And they'll be unpopular, and people will go around them as discussed. And it would be a lot smarter, like when I've created policies or standards or whatever, I do this weird thing where I ask the developers what they think. And then invite them to comment, have meetings, hang out, bring donuts or whatever is the stuff that people eat at that place. Cause some people are no, we're gluten-free. I'm gluten-free, but anyway, so figure out what their jam is and then try to lure them in. I'm did you know I have pizza? And then ask them so we want to set up this as a standard, but I know you can't meet it now, or some of you can, but like, how can I make this, 6-month plan so that you can meet it? Or like, do you feel this is reasonable? Or like, oh, number 17, like that's not applicable because of blah, okay. Or like, could we adjust this? Or you know what I mean? And then like talk with them about it. And then when it comes out, most of the people who are the type of person that would speak up has had their opportunity to speak up. And I've like adjusted things and like tried to compromise. And then it's like, okay, so now we have like this plan and it's a guideline right now, but in 6 months, it's going to be a standard for all new apps. And within 1 year, all the old apps need to be compliant. And we are going to make a plan, and I'm going to check in really friendly, like with donuts, to ask, how is it going? It's been a month. What's up? How you doing? And like go like that, if that makes sense. And I find a lot of places they're like, we want this so that we can walk around and whack people with it. And I'm like, I don't know if you know how to make friends very well, but I have to persuade them. I view myself as an influencer of security. I like influence the devs. I try to show them and say like, I'll come help you be compliant. Like, can I give you a lunch and learn on this, or whatever the thing is to get us there. And I have got much better results with Honey. And then once most of the people are on and we're accepting it, if there's like 1 or 2 teams that are just not on board, that's where I'm like, okay, you're going to meet me and Tanya, because she has made a risk acceptance sheet for someone and they refuse to sign it. And now I am coming with you, coming over to your team. And I'm going to be like, now do you want my help? But usually I find people get on board, especially if you go and you ask them like, so you went in the bug tracker and you marked all the things I put in as fixed. But they're like not fixed, and you like definitely didn't fix them or do anything. I see you marked them all in a 1 minute period. You looked me up and marked them all as fixed. So like, can we talk about this? Should we have beer to talk about this? Is that necessary? Like, do you need a hug?
That's awfully specific, Tanya. Are you speaking from experience?
Like a specific person, yeah. Right, so I'm like...
Hypothetically, if this were to have happened.
Yeah, anyway. Okay, enough venting.
Yeah, agreed. It's okay. It's okay. Grab that whiskey. It's all right. It's all right.
Yeah, I really like that example of like just getting buy-in from the beginning. I think Riot Games as well as Seek, the engineering teams, have this like RFC process where when they're trying to use a new technology or framework or just building out a big system and how things are going to work, they write this very detailed RFC that's like, this is how it's going to work, this is why, this is sort of like deep dive into all the different design trade-offs. And the security teams there have adopted a similar approach where they're like, hey, we think that we should do this because of security benefits, blah, 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 and basically having the engineers comment on it and iterate to a agreed upon solution together. And then when it's time to roll it out, it's like, hey, we already agreed. This isn't a surprise. We didn't come up with this in isolation. And there's probably a lot of things that as a security team, we may not be aware of, like, oh, we thought this would be a good approach, but it's going to be a killer for latency or something, which is unacceptable for this specific service or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, I really like that approach.
I stole it. So we had a minister once who had to make the budget for Canada for the year, and he just slowly released pieces of information and like publicized them bit at a time and like asked for comment. And so by the time the budget came out, everyone was already on board, and everyone was like, why didn't we do that every year for the whole time of Canada's existence? Like, because usually what they would do is they would like be like, it's this, and everyone would be like, no. And he's like, is this cool, everyone? Like, and by the time you released it, everyone's like, yeah, we know. We do that with the election results as well. When we count all the ballots, we have all the members of the media and all the different parties in the room. So then when Elections Canada announces it, everyone already knows. It's already all over the news. And they're like, yeah, we know. And by doing that, by like kind of like leaking your own information, but like officially and on purpose, like you end up with, if people are upset, they'll like come to you sooner and you can kind of try to fix it. I used to do that with pen test results too. I would tell all the devs first, be like, I saw this thing. Can we talk? Yeah. Anyway. Canadians.
I think there's a lot we could learn, probably. So we're getting close to time, so I was curious if there's sort of like one major thing that you think would be most useful to leave people with, like a primary takeaway, witticism, turn of phrase, haiku, whatever you wish that you would like to leave people with. Now's the time.
Doug, you had this. You went.
No, I'm not too. Spur of the moment, I'm not too good at security haikus, but I'm going to come back with one for the next panel.
You have that one sonnet you always like saying, Doug.
Yeah, but there's not nearly enough time for me to get through all of it. It's far too dense. I would say, like just kind of, I guess, on the advice and suggestion side of things, feel free to attack a problem from a different angle. Very basic example is like, rather than attempt to, again, this is just a bad example from a former life, but rather than try to like secure GitHub access within your organization, make it a little bit.
We're all hanging out. What?
What do you do?
It's the secret. We'll never find out.
We'll never know.
Okay, while we're waiting, let's see. Tanya, do you want to go next, or?
Yeah, I would say that if you are going to do application security in a DevOps environment, go talk to Dev and Ops, learn their processes, and then figure out how you fit in, as opposed to trying to. So whenever you bulldoze things, like I've never had that work. I've never had that work well. So instead, going over and talking, introducing yourself, and then just being like, so what, tell me your processes so I can see where I fit.
Yeah.
Did everybody get the whole part of my sonnet?
You were security, Doug, and it cut out.
I told you
We're
it was a
dying
little
to
too
know.
dense. Yeah. It's too dense. No. I can't restart it now.
I think the last thing I heard was rather than trying to secure access to GitHub, poignant pause.
Oh man, I'm getting. Well, and that's what I'm going to leave you with. If you choose your own adventure, security. This is how I do things. Actually, you try to make it less valuable.
Yeah.
You try to make it less valuable. You try to approach a problem from a different angle, right? And the other thing I was going to say was to gain visibility first, and then automate as much as possible. So provide that increased visibility, like I said, from a people side of point of view as well as the technical side of view, side of things, and then just do your thing, automate, and move forward as fast as you can, trying to keep up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say, I guess, there's always going to be bugs. There's always going to be bad things that happen. I think what's really important is how you respond. And so think about response. Think about your response plans when you're building things, and think about what you're going to do if the bad thing happens. And I think that makes everybody's life a lot easier. So I'll leave you with.
Clint, you said haiku. Let's see. I've got cherry blossoms fall, be enabler, not blocker. And I kind of get a third line out of the haiku there, but no, I think like exactly as everyone said, security historically has always fallen back to saying no, because it kind of worked both technically and politically with how we used to architect security teams. And I think recognize that that saying no in the kind of environment that we all live in now of cloud and DevOps and moving much quicker, it's going to cause much more harm to the end state of security that you want than you might actually think. And so recognizing, exactly as everyone said, how can we get visibility? How can we bring that to the application teams, the DevOps teams? How can we find ways to say yes? How can we really work with these teams and make the default safe to use and everything there? It's a fundamental rethinking of how we've done security teams for 20 years, 30 years. It's not easy. That's why we're all talking on panels and sharing with our peers and everything like that. And I think that's probably the final piece of advice I'd give is reach out to your peers. I don't know a security practitioner on the planet who isn't interested in chatting with their peers, even if it was a cold message on LinkedIn of just, hey, I'm curious, have you had this problem? I'm curious how you're approaching this problem. I think we all really are interested in sharing lessons learned with each other. So please, I would say reach out to any of us, reach out to your peers, all of that. Happy to help.
I made a hashtag for this called AskInfoSec on Twitter.
Awesome.
So I just, when people ask
Nice.
a random question, I tweet it and then people answer. So please feel free to just like use that for anything. And then people just magically come and find you and then give you answers. It's awesome. Who knew you could just like put a hash symbol in front of things and then magic occurs.
I'm going to start hashtagging things with security influencer. I'm telling you, I think that's like that means thought leader in 2020. And 2020 has been going so well so far, you know, right? Like Tanya Jenga, security influencer.
Hashtag InfoSec murder hornets. Yeah, it'll be most 2020 hashtag.
Oh my gosh.
In retrospect, I should have thought of a haiku while I was listening to all you, but I did not. I made a terrible mistake. But yeah, I think to echo what a lot of people have said, I think building relationships with development teams and the rest of the organization, the value of that cannot be overstated. I think it's the difference between people ignoring you and being like, this is a bit of friction, but I'm willing to work with you to make it better. So I think that's a huge deal. And also when you are choosing projects and things to work on, have a mind for the bigger picture. Like, will this make me like systematically, scalably better in the future? Or is it just like fighting an immediate fire and not making me long-term more effective as a team? So I think that's a useful way to think about it as well. But yeah, thank you all so much for your time. I had a blast. And thank you so much, DevSecCon, for having us and throwing this wonderful event. And we'll see you on the interweb soon. Hey, Simon.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Simon.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you for having us.
Good deal. Thank you all for a great session, and thank you, Clint, for running the session.
My pleasure.
And would you all believe that's 24 hours done?
Yay! You finally can sleep now, Simon.
No, I had a few hours. I just had a few hours sleep, so it's just gone through in the morning over here, and yeah, I kind of remember just about kicking off 24 hours ago at 3 in the morning. I got a few hours sleep. There were a few people in the background who were going to try and bring in who have done a lot more hours and keeping everything rolling in the background. So we're gonna pull them in a second. But yeah, I just wanted to say thank you very much for another great session. In fact, we've seen a number of great sessions from a number of people here in panels over the years. So thank you again for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks.
Absolutely. Thanks.
Thank you all. Okay,
Bye, everyone.
let me there we go. Okay, so there are a few people left on from the organizing team, so I'm going to ask the organizing team just to jump on for a second, and I'll pull you in just a second. But first of all, I'm going to share my screen. I can't really remember how to share my screen. It's that kind of time now, so I'm going to just click some buttons and hope it all works. Okay, let me share my screen. In fact, look at, why don't I show you? Why don't I show you my screen? Look, this is the kind of background we use StreamYard in the background, and so you can click lots of fun buttons and do things to pull different people in, to share some screens and all kinds of things. So anyway, I'm waffling now just because I'm so tired. So let's jump into the keynote before I pull a number of people in. Okay, so for the closing, first of all, thank you very much, everyone. We made it. We'll go into a little bit of detail, but first of all, what's next for DevSecCon? Obviously, 2020 wasn't quite as planned, but we're going to be looking forward to more virtual events and more physical events in 2021, with the in-person events happening as and when we feel it's appropriate to do so, with in-person gatherings and things like that. And we'll make sure we do everything with everyone's best interests and health and as kind of like a main priority. But do look out for 2020. We're going to have a number of continue with a number of events, particularly in the My DevSecOps space, virtually showing loads of great content, and there will also be all the sessions for DevSecCon available. We'll slice them up and make that available soon after. So a big thank you to all our sponsors, including the platinum sponsors, GitHub, Secure Code Warrior, and of course the hosts of the conference, SNCC, and also all our gold sponsors, Bridge Crew, Veracode, Zero North, Datadog, StackHawk, Trend Micro, Launch Darkly, Detectify, and Sonotype. So thank you everyone for sponsoring this conference. And a couple of other things that I wanted to talk very briefly about, particularly with the sponsors in mind here. We did a sponsor passport program, and we will be doing a draw very soon after this conference for 3 iPad minis. This is your final call now to submit your entry into the passport program. To do this, you need to go to the My DevSecOps button or entry in the sponsor booth. From there you can click on the passport program on the right hand side. You can submit your answers here, and as a result we will then perform a draw very shortly. So there is still a little bit of time to do that. The Secure Code Warrior challenge has completed, so thank you very much also to the Secure Code Warrior team who are running this challenge over the last 24 hours as well. And very happy to say that in 3rd place, we winning a $100 gaming voucher is Vijay Pondala, so congratulations Vijay. In 2nd place, winning a $150 gaming voucher is Aishan Gafani, so congratulations Aishan. And drum roll, if we have a drum roll, let's hear it. No, you're gonna have to make your own drum roll. So the winner of the Secure Code Warrior Challenge is Saket Upperday, who wins a $200 gaming voucher. So congratulations to all 3 winners, and I'm sure everyone else who joined to do the tournament had a lot of fun as well, because I know the Secure Code Warriors team always have a good challenge for everyone. Okay, so next up, a huge thank you. So who are we going to do some huge thank yous to? So first of all, someone who's been with DevSecCon for many years now, 3-4 or so years, Tammy. Now Tammy did a lot of work in the lead up to DevSecCon, and it absolutely wouldn't have happened without you. So thank you very much, Tammy. Also, Sharon Zitzman. Sharon also has done a huge amount of work, a really incredible amount of work over the last couple of weeks, 2-3 weeks. Sharon, are you with us? I can't actually see StreamYard at the moment, so please do join and say hey.
It was quite a ride,
Sharon, thank
but I had an all-star team, so.
Awesome. Thank you so much for everything that you've done, Sharon. It's a testament to all your hard work, how much of a success this event has been.
Thank you.
And also, Sharon, what about Sam?
It's right next to you, but Sam will come in.
Hey, Sammy, how's it going? How you feeling, Sam?
I'm alive. I mean, it's not
You're
our first
alive.
24-hour event, but definitely tired.
It is, yeah, it is not your first 24-hour event, maybe even this quarter. So we are hugely thankful for all the hard work you've put in. And again, without all your hard work, this wouldn't have been possible. So thank you so much, Sam. Also, all our volunteers. We've had a huge number of people. In fact, anyone else who was on the stream that I can't see just yet, please do join and give a big wave. I know that I'm going to try.
Ron's here, but we're going to try and see.
Hey,
if
Ron. I know I'm going to
there
name
he
some.
is.
I know that I'm going to miss some people probably, but we're looking. We're talking about a
I'm
big.
going to bring Shireen back in.
A big team in the background. Like we have green room people who are working on the green room and pulling speakers in. We have people who have been working on the AV. We have a number of hosts. It's really great how many people have jumped in. People like Michal Ferguson, people like who are Brian here, Ron here as well. We
Petra
have
Evans.
Alyssa Mirla, of course. Who else? Sorry, Sam?
Petra Evans. How can we do anything without Petra?
Absolutely. Petra does a million things. So Petra's also awesome. And I'm sure, hopefully I haven't missed too many people, but loads and loads of people who have done volunteer work. Thank you very much. All our speakers have had a really good session, really good schedule of sessions. So thank you to all our amazing speakers for making this the content in this event really high class. The Brella team, we've done a lot of work very closely with Brella, and so thank you to Brella for making this a really nice experience, both for us and attendees and our sponsors. So thank you to them. And for those of you who have seen that the images that have come out of every single session, pretty much, we have Ashton Rodenheiser in the background, who's and her team who's been building up these nice little designs for every single session as they're created, as they're given. So thank you, Ashton and team, as a graphic recorder. So I'll say thank you, everyone, and see you at the next DevSecCon. Let me drop this off. There we go. Thank you, everyone, for joining. Any final words, anyone? Sam, you always know exactly what the right thing to say is at the right time.
I mean, obviously it's not over, right? If you're not a member of the My DevSecOps community, then join that. We've got a session in 2 weeks' time. We've got Slack community, so we shouldn't be waiting for the next year to see all these lovely faces again, or virtually not see them.
You released a podcast an hour or so ago as well. It just wasn't enough doing a 24-hour conference, right? You had to do a podcast for a group. Awesome. Well, thank you everyone for joining. Thank you everyone for making, I didn't thank the attendees as well, right? Thank you all the attendees for making this a massive success as well. And we'll see you next time. Thanks all.